the events that shape our lives in Dominica, around the region and around the world. Listen to DBS Radio. Experience and professionalism. Your number one station.
Well, we know tomorrow, God's willing, September 18th, Monday, September 18th will mark the 6th anniversary of the passing of Hurricane Maria, which was in 2017. DBS will air a program, production, Maria, at 2:30 on Monday, 18th September. Compliments La Falaise Medical Laboratory, Petro Caribe, and the West Coast Cooperative Credit Union. So listen to DBS Radio tomorrow, 18th September at 2:30 as we give you the program Maria. And I'm sure we'll be having a repeat. I'm not so sure the repeat time, but I know tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, and also tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Initially, we intended to have the program and repeat at 2:30, but tomorrow at 11 o'clock, we have the Honorable Prime Minister addressing the press and addressing Dominicans tomorrow at 11 o'clock. All right, so as we get ourselves ready, just want to say good evening to the listeners of DBS Radio. Good evening to you, Mr. Issac.
Good evening, Cecil, and good evening to all the listeners of DBS Radio tonight.
You look very bubbling.
Well, you know, I'm always bubbly, you know. Yes.
It's a while we have not spoken via that medium, DBS Radio.
Yes.
I'm very happy that you're here.
Yeah, it's very, very long time. I myself am very happy to be here tonight, you know, to have a little chit-chat with you.
No, I just read a promo, a public relation promo, if you want to call it that tomorrow will be the anniversary of Hurricane Maria, the 6th anniversary. Where were you on that day?
Hurricane Maria, I was in Pottersville, at home that evening, and it was a very tough night, you know, very tough. But I was in Pottersville that evening.
At that time, you were the parliamentary representative of Roseau Central.
Yes, I was.
And while being the parliamentary representative, I wonder what was going through your mind for the next day, having to maybe have to face so many different people.
Well, the next day when I woke up, when I went out, I was like in shock. I couldn't believe it. I went through Hurricane David in 79, and
the
at that
6th anniversary. Where were you on that day?
I could understand what was happening at that time in 1979. So when I went out there in 2017, there, I was like in shock. I took a walk. I walked from my home across to IROC, my business place. And I was shocked to see how Roseau was. Pottersville, we had tree trunks, huge tree trunks, you know, all over the road. You had debris, sand, a lot of siltation from the river and even from the sea. Maybe all about maybe 5 feet high from the road itself, you know. And when I reached Roseau Central itself, that's when I was like shocked again. Maze could not believe what had happened overnight.
I'm sure that you'd have heard of that roaring sound during the hours of the night. What was going through your mind at that time?
Well, you see, because after going through something like Hurricane David, you and other hurricanes, like storms, you more in a relaxed mode, thinking that we'll go through that, you know. But then the night you could feel the type of velocity the wind was moving at. You could actually hear all the vibration, different songs. So you were like wondering what was happening outside. It was very dark, a lot of rain. So you really was just hoping and praying that you would see the next day. During Hurricane David, most of it happened during the day. It's from around 10 o'clock in the morning, I remember, I would recall. But this one was in the night, and that was the very dangerous type of storm based on the timing, you know. So it was, again, I wasn't that scared, but very concerned and worried at the time that maybe things would be bad, but I wasn't thinking so bad. I was just figuring, well, we'll go through a hurricane again.
Oh, you are the parliamentary representative at the time of Roseau Central, this capital city more
Yes.
so. I am sure that you were hoping that much would not have been done, even hearing the velocity of the wind out there. But as you said, when you went out the next day, you saw debris and everything like that. How did you go out now as the parliamentary representative to ensure that the people of your constituency would have been in safe hands?
Well, the first thing I did when I moved from Riverbank there, went into River Street, from River Street past Hillsborough Street, just touching base. Then when I reached Kennedy Avenue, I went in the financial center. I met the cabinet secretary at the time. We went upstairs, the financial center, went 6th floor. We saw all the damages. Then from there, I make a move up to Cork Street, touch base with people there, past Virgin Lane. And from Virgin Lane, I didn't see a lot of people, but you touch base with some people. Then I walk up to Kings Hill to touch base with my mom. So that was the actual process. But honestly, this was just a shock.
I can imagine as the parliamentary representative, you were at the time on a different side of the fence, politically I should say, of that of the Honourable Prime Minister. Did you thought of the approach of having to speak to the Honourable Prime Minister to see how best Roseau Central could have been taken care of?
Well, when I saw the devastation, I said to myself, what I'm seeing there, I think all hands would come on deck. One man could not really take out a country from where it was. So at the time I said that I think political, religious, business, all different organizations and institutions should come together to help the leadership of the country, because we it's not just political leaders we have all sorts of leaders, business leaders, spiritual leaders. And at the time I thought that all leaders should come together to really put our heads together in unity to really lift up Dominica from where we were. That was my first impression, my first thinking. I was saying, and I said to myself, I wonder how this Prime Minister is going to deal with that, because this is a real humongous challenge, a challenge of proportion that I could not even imagine. And in my heart I said that if he reach out, I will reach out myself, but if he agrees, then I am willing to work with him. And that was how I felt at the time.
No, 6 years later, give me a conclusion about Dominica.
Well, I mean, sometimes when we speak, not just not in political circles, but when you just talk day-to-day, everyday man discussion, I think because we don't have the pictures to maybe refresh our memory, I think that we don't appreciate from where we came. Because what has happened there, I think, is an economic, environmental, and I think a social miracle and transformation for that short space of time what has happened. And I'm talking in objectivity, As a Dominican, I feel really proud of us as Dominicans. I'm proud of, as I said, the leadership of the country, not just political, but all leaders, business leaders, including political leaders and spiritual leaders, all of them, community leaders. I think what has happened is we showed that as a people, we are resilient people, in not just resilience, just in infrastructure, but after the vision came about and it unfolded, but it showed that as a people, we were resilient. And also our country itself, it was ecologically, I would say, resilient to how it bounced back with the aid of, let's say, the forestry division, and all the other players. I think it's something we should be proud of. I think it's something that we as Dominicans could maybe even look to really, I would say, involve in technical support to other countries facing disasters of high proportion like what we face. Because we have a story to tell, we have experience, and know how to really move from one step and build a certain economic trajectory. One would say maybe we could be better, but one would say that in the context that now it is looking good, we are saying we should be better. But there's always room for improvement. But I think what has happened is definitely an economic transformation and, to me, a miracle in the sense of the economy and the social infrastructure that was rebuilt and bounced back so quickly.
Well, I can tell you on the LACO program tonight that we are on the social media platform, both on YouTube, and Facebook. So we're going to have quite a number of people interacting already. I'm seeing quite a number of people already on the social media. Just want to say, Marina, good evening to you, and Glenda, good evening to you, and all the other folks that are on the social media platform of Facebook. And we have quite a large audience out there listening to the program. So I want to make you know that people will be interacting with you as we go along.
Yes.
No, Mr. Isaac, I want to do like I normally would do with all the guests that I would have had in the past, to give me a background of who they are. Mm-hmm. And I always try to find out what primary school before primary school, what preschool that you would remember that you went to, maybe who is your teacher at that time, what primary school you went to, who would have been your teacher, and these friends that you would have met that maybe still today that you are still friends with them, and your high school. So, and we'll take it from there, then we develop into the issue of church. From church, we can develop into the issue of the social upbringing during your period as a young boy. I should also say to you that we have with us our co-host, Mr. Hartley Adams.
Yes. So I saw Mr. Adams there. Good night, Mr. Adams. Good evening.
Good night, my brother.
Yes. Okay, well, I went to at the time the Roseau Mixed Infant School. It was located in the Pong area in Great Marlborough Street, between Great Marlborough Street and Cock Street. At the time, that's just behind the financial center area there. In the parking of the financial center, all that area there.
Roseau Mixed Infant School.
The?
Roseau Mixed Infant School?
Yeah, Roseau Mixed Infant School. And then from there, I went to the Roseau Girls School, interestingly, at the time. Boys would do a transition in a certain grade, because at the time the Roseau Boys School did not have that grade. So we went across there in the Roseau Girls School. That is where the forecourt is there of the stadium. So there we went there. So I went to the Roseau Girls School for a short time, maybe about a year. And then I moved now to the Roseau Boys School, which is where the All Saints University is there.
Let us go back a little bit in reference to the Roseau Mixed Infant School.
Yes.
Going to the Roseau Mixed Infant School, what are the fond memories that you would have had at the Roseau Mixed Infant School?
I remember really playing in the yard. Playing in the yard with friends, I remember the first day I went to school, First day. And I went back home, to tell my mother, oh, mommy, I'm happy. I want to go back next day, And then we would be in the yard, we'd be playing, you would have friends. At the time you
were in the yard, Mr. Isaac, was there this big fallen tree, flow tree in the yard at the time you went to school there?
Yeah, I cannot remember exactly if there was a flow tree. I can't remember. But I remember playing in the yard. Guys have like marbles, and we'd be playing with marbles in the yard, and girls playing hopscotch across there, little children there. And
you're saying that, brings back fond memory to me too, because I went to the Roseau Mixed Infant School.
Yeah, okay, great.
On Cock Street.
Nice.
And I remembered Miss Christian. Miss Christian was your principal?
Yes, the principal at the time was Miss Christian.
Right. So yes. Miss Christian as my principal. You had Miss Coffee.
Yes, Miss Coffee was a teacher.
You had Miss
there.
Tavernier. You had the veranda class.
I remember the veranda class.
Right. Yes. And as you made mention of the girls used to play hopscotch and skip on the eastern side of the school.
Nice, exactly there.
And
I remember in that part then.
And the boys, we used to find ourselves, and that's why I asked you about the big tree. Mm-hmm. Because that big tree, we used to find ourselves playing a lot of games around that big tree.
Yes, yeah.
When it's not marble season or when it's not season, we find ourselves as little boys playing on that big tree. So I was asking about it.
Yes.
I wanted to know if you had fond memories.
Yes, well, I remember playing the marble hole and like nuts, little bloche. That kind of game? Yes, I remember that there.
And strange, where Miss what do you call her? Miss Christian office was. Strange was the western side of the school.
Western side of the school.
And we hardly found ourselves playing in that area. I do not know why. I happen to have a greater understanding why.
Well, maybe remember at the time now, children discipline, so almost like you knew your place. You don't want to disturb, that kind of thing. It was really about respect in those days there,
No, you the transition from Rosa Girls School
to boys' school.
To Rosa Boys School.
Yes.
To Rosa Girls School.
Rosa Girls School first.
Right, to Rosa Girls School.
Yes.
What is Rosa Girls School not far from your home? What was your fond memory in Rosa Girls School?
Well, Rosa Girls School is like you really in school but at home. You in your backyard. Because you're close to River Street, because Rosa Girls School is just at the top there, between Hillsborough Street and Kennedy Avenue there. So you home, And in a sense, you're waiting, you're in transition, you're enjoying the school, but you're in transition now to go to boys' school. That's what you're waiting to go. It almost like every boy there want to go to boys' school.
Mrs. Linton at the time your principal at the school by any chance?
No, I couldn't remember.
You can't remember your principal?
Yeah, I can't remember that.
Yeah, okay.
Because
and what kind of games then when you arrive at Rosa Girls School that you find? Because for me, I believe that the Rosa Mixed Infant School yard was bigger.
Yes, it was bigger.
So I had more fun at the Rosa Mixed Infant School compared to that of the Rosa Girls School.
Yeah, in the Rosa Girls School, same little game, same small thing, like little knots, like a marble. I remember after school we'd jump across under the ministry at the flamboyant tree and we'd be playing marble hole there. I remember it had a man, his nickname was Mr. Beachy. He was an amputee. He had a lot of like pawpaw and different trees there. So we'd go and try to get some pawpaw across there by the school. His fence was, bordered there with the school there. So, and I remember, the only thing I can remember in school, in terms of schoolwork, was a little thing about maths, and little English class,
Would you remember then, in the afternoons, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, the two timetables that you had to recite?
Yes, from there. I can remember clearly about school from there.
Any fights in Rosa Mixed Infant, in Rosa Girls School?
No, I can't remember about fights, no.
Can you remember fights?
No.
That means you didn't fight?
No, I didn't fight. There I didn't fight.
For sure.
Never
I
will
remember
fight.
that you fight in
Girls,
Rosa
no,
School.
no.
You didn't fight?
No.
All right. What about sports?
Sports, well, at the time we were very young, so in the Rosa Girls School, not major, it's just like a physical education, is when I moved to boys' school. That's where sports became something I can remember clearly now.
So now, I'm sure that you would have had maybe a fond memory of a particular teacher at the Rosa Girls School.
Which one?
Which teacher you had fond memory
No, I can't remember too much about Rosa Girls School. Almost like the brain went through a transition, like it was anticipating boys' school.
You would remember Mr. Winston?
I remember Mr. Winston,
Mr.
but
Maglo.
And Mr. Maglo. But I can't
Alexander.
remember. No, I can't remember this one. When I go to boys' school, now I start remembering everybody.
Okay, all right. So let's now talk about Rosa Boys School.
Yeah,
You made the transition from Rosa Girls School into Rosa Boys School.
nice.
Rosa Boys School at the time was, as you said, where the All Saints University is.
Yes,
That's where you went.
Where it is there, yes.
Right. Now, give us a little bit of you being at the Rosa Girls School.
At the Rosa Boys School. Well, Rosa Boys School is exciting because now when you go to Rosa Boys School, that's where now you're going to meet all type of guys. Guys from Baytown, guys from Portersville, guys from River Street, all up the entire Rosa.
Newtown?
And Newtown too. And the famous thing about Rosa Boys School, and we'd ask you to know if you were in boys' school, we'd ask you what happened during the break time. But during the break time, that's where now you would have maybe one ball and 300 students chasing the ball during break time. And there was a certain benchmark. And they say if you can touch the ball 2 times, then you are a footballer for the future. Yeah, I remember that clearly. So it has some great guys. I remember playing football, and I remember the first time I touched the ball 2 times, and then I touched it 3 times. Then guys say, okay, you're a footballer now. And at the time now, there's a kind of, I would say, a protective type of thing in boys' school. So for example, guys from River Street who are older would be protective of all the younger boys from River Street And guys from Hillsborough Street will be protective of the younger guys from Hillsborough Street. So almost like we are this kind of little clan, little tribe, everybody all in their corner, have their little team, they protecting the younger boys.
Now, what I want to know now from you, how did your Laku in all of this period that you're going through from primary school in terms of the Rosa Mix Infant School, Rosa Girls School, and Rosa Boys School, how did your Laku play a role in you transiting to primary school?
Well, to be honest with you, the Laku was almost like an urban village, really. An urban village in which, yes, in other words, the young children from, let's say, in River Street where I grew up, almost like the older people, although you have your mom and your dad, but the older people, like your friend's mom and dad, would have almost authority to punish you. And therefore, you grow up with a lot of respect. You learn to really move selflessly, because what we would do, we'd go by the river, we'd decide we cook enough food, so we get at the crayfish. At the time it was Zabita, that's the local palace. I never really eat mealy, but you'd catch crayfish. Nah,
you missed something.
I never really like it, But that's what we would do. And then what you do in terms of, so all the different, like next to our home, you had Mashila. So Mashila fence there. If let's say your mom is punishing you, all the children on the other side of the fence would be laughing and teasing you. So they would know when you get in punishment. And therefore, sometimes if you do something wrong and a neighbor is correcting you, you don't go and tell your mom, because you might get 2 beatings. So my friends and them, my father was one of their godfathers. They call Lele, Michael, Joseph, those people, their Raju family there, the Josephs and them. Their father was from Antigua. The mom was like my mom too. Because I spend a lot of time there, they would spend a lot of time there. Then we have people like Ma Agnes next door. Then you had Kathy Robinson mother there, across there. So, and then lower down now, you had people like a lady called Ma Paz with a Kenip tree, close to our friend Super George. That's where he was living. And lower down on the other side, we used to call it at the time Castle City, because every block have it like a name. People like Jeffrey Baptist, father, and all of them living down there. So you really had a nice kind of like family type of unit. And then in the Laku now, what you do, because like you'd be able to move from one, I would say, area of the Laku to a next area of the Laku. So you'd move, let's say, you start River Street, you move, let's say, down where Hazel have the shop there now. That's a little lower down where they have the church there now. And you walk across there. Then from there, when you move from River Street,
Upper River Street, right?
Yes, yeah. You bus out up Hillsborough Street, close to NBD there. A little lower down Hillsborough there. They had a shortcut, we call it. Laku there.
That area is the Laku Donsiad.
Nice. So you'd go there. You'd bus out now in Kennedy Avenue. And then from there, you move up a little higher and you pass where you see Financial Center is where at the top there, Pong. You pass in Pong. And you pass where I just told you where Rosa Mix Infant School was. And you come out in Cock Street. Then you'd go down a little lower down in Cock Street. That a lady doing tablet and things like that there. Lower down Bala.
Rennick Thomas and Rennick Thomas.
Yes, Rennick Thomas' mother. So, and you'd go across there, come out by Astafan, slide across there, end up in the place that is by Astafan there to go up Virgin Lane.
Laku Orange, or the orange.
Yes,
Laku Orange.
Nice.
That's to go into Virgin Lane.
But the interesting thing is, as you're moving across there, you have friends all over. But the main thing I want to say in the Laku was the issue of respect. Respect. And what I learned from there is the issue of focus. So if you decide you want to be a great footballer, you'd be from the Laku, you're not just passing in Laku. What you do now, you'd focus on spending a lot of time in the Windsor Park. and technical wing.
So before we go to the Windsor Park,
Yeah.
I just want to tell you that there are quite a number of people saying good evening to you. Josephine John Lewis on Facebook. Also, there's a group called Touching Base, connecting Dominica. Also to Melvin Nicholas and Ivan Hill and Snapper. Snapper.
Yes, I know
Snapper.
Snapper.
To you, good evening.
Yes.
All these people are on
Yes,
Facebook
so a special
actually.
good evening to all of you, and a special good evening to everyone listening to the program tonight.
So let's focus a little bit on Roseau Boys School.
Yes.
So you give me that link that was created in the LACU into Roseau Boys School. So
Yes.
you now have friends from those various areas now
yeah.
into Roseau Boys School.
Yes.
Let's talk about that a little bit more in
Yes.
terms of how friendship would have developed.
Yeah, so you that's where you start bonding with guys inviting you at their home, and you start developing friendships, and some of those friendships I still have. So for example, I remember in my class we had about how many different Marcus Emmanuel, Marcus John Baptist, that's Arab, you had Marcus Morancy, and it had another Marcus again, I forget his name, but 4 Marcus. But all of them from different places. One from Newtown side, Citronia side, one from Roseau, one from River Street, and all of those things. And I remember we have to do little algebra class session. So every time we would have to go and like practice, do our homework, and that's why you start bonding with guys, bonding with guys and developing friendship. And up till now, when I meet those guys, we spend a lot of time reasoning and talking, and we remember and reminding each other of how we were when we were young,
No, passing through those LACUs, coming from River Street, what would cause you to have to find yourself as far as Virgin Lane?
Well, sometimes it's friends, or sometimes you're trying to make a move. Let's say you want to go to the botanical gardens, but you don't really want to pass through the road because maybe the sun is hot. So you're actually passing almost like a shortcut culture, trying to get a shortcut to go to where you're going. So it's either through you going and check friends, or you're going to engage some activity, maybe in botanical gardens or something like that. Most times that's it, So especially if you're cutting across the subs, when you reach right up by the police station side, when you come across, you come out by Astafan, you just slide out and you go to the botanical gardens.
You're saying basically that the upper part of Roseau Central, there would have been a number of LACUs compared to that of the lower part.
Yes, because even after you reach Virgin Lane, it still had another LACU there to go right through.
To go to Bath Road.
To go Bath Road side. So it's almost like you could go from one spot to the next spot. And when you reach High Street, it still had a little shortcut, a little lane out course, call it. Yeah. To reach all by Newtown Savannah. Sometimes we'd cut across the cemetery.
We would have been poor boys going to school.
Yeah.
Give us some, or give the listening public some information about tobacco, buying recess if you have to buy a recess, or if you have to bring recess from home. Help us to have a greater understanding of those school culture.
Well, yeah, recess. Interestingly, when we had recess, you'd have most time they put your recess in a paper bag for you. At the time, brown paper bag. And if it's bread and cheese, boy, oil on that, boy, you're feeling shame. You're feeling embarrassed. You're ready to cry. But you still do it. You still go through the process. That's what your mom had, so you accept it. And most times, what happens is when you go to school, you guys share. So if you have 2 bread, you share with your friends who don't have. And sometimes you guys swap. So that one give you half of his, you give him half of yours. So you guys learn to share and build a nice relationship, a nice camaraderie. So it's almost like an extension of your family. You guys end up brothers.
Tobacco.
Tobacco. Let me give you a joke about tobacco. My mother and my father always used to warn me about tobacco, So one day, the River Street guys decide they want to do a tobacco because they felt that school boring. So they tell me, hey, Zeke, let's go with us. We're going on a little move there. So I joined them, and then we end up going on the tobacco there. I cannot even remember all where we passed, but I remember we reached up under power. And under power higher up, the man had a garden. So we went there from under power, we bathed, then we went to the man garden, and then we took some cane, and the man was chasing us. And there was some barbed wire. And at the time, my friend Chico, he died now, he passed away. Me and him, we were the youngest. So he gets stuck in the wire. And I stood back, well, stayed back to help him. And the man said, hold him. And you know, Chico hold me. I went to take him out from the wire and he hold me. And the man have two of us. And the man said, you know what? I'm going to cut you guys. Hands, both of you. Boy, and we were crying. We cry. And then...
Is this man a fireman?
I can't remember. I think he had a fireman.
Living Boyd's Avenue?
Somewhere there.
I had almost the same story like you. Actually, he beat me for cutlass.
Yes.
He is the father of the Raymonds.
Okay, yeah.
You know Felix Thomas' daughter, husband.
Yes, I think I know who they are.
Right,
yes,
that's his father.
Yes.
And a police officer, Raymond.
Yes.
That also.
Yes, I know him. We went to school.
I'm not going to give my own,
yeah.
but I had a similar experience. All I can say is that I got a cool volley with cutlass.
Yes, but he didn't give a volley. He threatened to cut our hand.
Yes.
You know, and he said he's going to cut our thing.
He was living Boyd's Avenue.
Yeah, and he said he's going to cut our thing, both of us. So we start to cry. Then when he let us go, Cecil, we ran until we reach home. After that, I never made her to back.
And I'm sure if Irma Raymond Joseph is listening, she must be having a fun of a time because that is Irma's father.
Okay.
Raymond that went to grammar school together.
Yes.
That's her father.
Yeah, he said he can cut our tail. You know what the tail he talking about?
Yeah. And you never made her to back after that?
Never. After that, from primary school that day to till maybe university, I maybe missed school once. Never. It was a traumatizing experience. After I look at it, I laughing. But at the time as a child, I really thought he was going to cut our thing.
That time he didn't know Musopie.
No. I think he asked us who's our parents. So I told him. And then he let us go. Yes.
So let us talk a little bit about the experience of, because if you live by the river, it meant that your life, quite a lot of your life was in the river. You're not far from the Windsor Park. It meant that your life was in the Windsor Park. Help us to have a greater understanding of that kind of culture that you developed with both Windsor Park and the river.
Well, at the time, Cecil, there was no difference between living in the street and being in Windsor Park or Technical Wing or Gardens. All that was one whole socialization ground, and by the river. So it's either you by the river, taking a shower, sometimes you'd go take a nice bath, not a shower, a nice river bath before you go to school. Because at the time, boys' school had classes later down in the afternoon, that's after Hurricane David. But we can talk about that slightly after. So you spend most of your time, you go there, you take a shower, a river bath, and later down, you spend most of your time, especially on a weekend like a Saturday, almost the whole day after you do your little chores at home, you go to the Windsor Park, or if not in the Windsor Park, you're in Technical Wing. If not in Technical Wing, you're in Botanical Gardens. If not Botanical Gardens, you're in a place we used to call Sikwi or Under Power. So really all these things were integrated with each other. Whether we were up in Barber State at the time, it had a lot of lime tree and guava tree. So you'd be there. So you really grew up in the city, but because you're by a river, you're experiencing almost like a kind of country life. And a socialization with older people when you go to the Windsor Park, where, for example, people like Freddie Nicholas would be there talking about music. Then you would get to meet some guys like Juba and those guys who come in after if they're not playing their basketball. They'll be there reasoning about basketball. Then you would meet some Rastaman, and Rastaman talking about the Rasta philosophy. At the same time now, all guys there, sometimes guys smoking on the block. But me, I never smoke. So you're learning to have self-control You're learning to respect different opinions. You're learning to listen. So you're listening to the older men and you respect them, even if it's not about who have education and all that. It's a whole socialization process happening there where information is being transferred and you're learning things, you're hearing things, and you're trying to decipher things for yourself.
What's the most common conversation you'd have heard in the Windsor Park?
It's really about which team is the best team. Always. So in the Windsor Park, that's where you get to have big debate about football or cricket. And guys challenging each other, maybe in athletics too. Guys challenging each other, who is the fastest man? Who is the best dribbler? Who is the best midfielder? A lot of debate on that. Then you'd have big debate about West Indies cricket and how West Indies is performing and who West Indies should pick, who they shouldn't pick, why they drop this guy. So you'd get all kind of experts in the Windsor Park, even if they are not experts, but self-proclaimed experts, actually telling you what they think about certain things. Politics would be discussed in the Windsor Park. But as a young person, all you do is listen. You can't talk when big men talking. You just listen. And
I want to come back a little bit about that Windsor Park and that discussion. But my co-host, Mr. Adams, Brain, is here. Yes, Adams.
Good evening, Mr. Isaac.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
It's a pleasure having you here tonight.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Right. River Street was very interesting. Did you meet all the fellas when they emerging boxers?
Yes. Toads, Brain.
Chinky, like Brain.
Yes. Yeah, I remember
Cobra.
Chinky the mechanic, Cobra. I remember all those guys as a little boy at that time.
Right.
I remember that. And then later on, my brother Eddie came in, to revive the boxing in River Street.
Right.
Yeah. So I remember all those guys. I remember on the block, you had people like Japa, like the bad man block. Right. So you had Japa, you had all those guys there. But at the time, the block was not a violent thing. I never seen no big fight on block.
By the way, did you ever see the emergence of howlings in the area?
No, I heard about howlings because as a little kid, your father would tell you about howlings, and then you'd hear maybe he had an interaction and he say, "Hey, go home. I have to deal with some of them guys there." That kind of thing.
Would you have met fellas like Ruben?
Yes, I met Ruben.
Diab?
Ruben. Yeah, Diab. Okay. Diab always used to be River Street.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Diab had family in River Street. He had living higher up River Street.
Cornelius.
Yeah. You understand? There's a strong labor, right?
Don't call him Diab today, if you call him Diab.
Yes, strong from since those days.
Yes.
He used to be around Japa and all those guys because that was the block there.
That was the bad boys in the block.
Yeah, that is the block up there.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, with your dad, did you ever journey with him through Portersville?
As a matter of fact, I don't want to ask about his dad yet because we want to deal with his dad as a subject matter.
Oh, you want to deal with his
Right. So when we come to talk about his dad, we'll talk much more about his dad. But I wanted to focus a little bit about the Windsor Park because he has been speaking quite a lot about what was happening in the Windsor Park, another university, not even a school, a university. Yes, I don't know if you want to.
But maybe he should tell us how he saw the Windsor Park. What was there? Where was the basketball court? Where was the netball? Where was the football? Because there were some things that were unique about the Windsor Park at the time.
Well, where the forecourt was, the whole area, the forecourt where it is there now, that's where you had the large area there for basketball and netball playing. So you had a separate little stadium there. Closed off from the actual where our current stadium is, where the football is around that same area the football was. But again, you had the major field, but you had little side sections where guys can be playing on the major field and guys on the side they're practicing, So on a Sunday or a Saturday, you'd have a lot of teams all over the place. And then if you look at right up on the southern side, right up there, you had a little sand pit there. So guys would be doing like you could do a little long jump there, right up there. I think that's where the Billy Duck Troop stand is.
Yes.
Yeah, right up there, that whole area behind there. You had that there.
And you'd also play some softball in that same area there too.
Yeah, they would play softball there. but the triple jump, long jump, that's where you do that there. And at that side there, you'd have the Harlem stand. You had a Harlem stand there. Harlem had two major
So,
stands.
as a matter of fact, that stand was built, that's the last stand that was built at the Windsor Park.
Yes, the last one,
And that was more south.
Yes,
So
south.
In those days, when the Harlem people were coming on and when there was no stand for them in the south, that they would sit.
They would stand there and sit all over there.
Yes. And then there was another stand for them, which is on the western side of the park. More southwest or west south, or where you want to call it, but more
southwest. Right. That's the major stand. And when Kensbro now was a little more, I would say northwest. Yeah. And then that's where you hear woo when a major game played.
As a matter of fact,
and kick a ball.
There were two stands for Kensbro.
Yeah.
One right next to the Harlem stand, and the other one a little higher where the how you call this again? We call it today the faculties.
Yes.
So there was this other stand.
Yeah, but for people to understand, where we have the little practice, the cricket practice net, that's where the Harlem stand was.
That's where the Harlem stand was. Exactly there.
Yeah. And where you enter in the stadium now, that's around that area.
Was the Kensbro.
Yeah, the Kensbro stand was as you enter on your right side.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So you were talking about the Windsor Park and the kind of things that were being said. Would you remember some of the talkers, the people that would advocate loudly of the things that they would know?
Yeah, you had people off head. I can tell you had people like Pekka Libla. Pekka was a highly opinionated person, so Pekka always there. Pekka reasoning. So when Pekka would talk about all kind of things, cricket, football, Then you had Freddie Nicholas.
And before that, Pekka, we can say that Pekka played cricket for Dominica.
Yes, he has a great cricketer.
Yeah, open batsman.
Yeah. So in other words, so when you are here, there listening to guys that are expert in their own field.
Would Charlie be there in those days?
Tall Charlie?
Tall Charlie.
Oh, Charlie always there. Diehard Kensbro man. He used to play for Kens, I think, before.
Yes.
You understand? But Charlie would be there. Charlie always have opinion about black power and that kind of thing. So you see, so I can remember all those guys. And then you would have, like, for example, as I said, Freddie Nicholas would be talking about music and all that. But Freddie was a very quiet kind of guy. But he would be there reasoning. And then you would have some Rasta men, guys from River Street that just turn Rasta, so they get the little Rastafarian inspiration. So they be telling you Rasta not eat no meat and a real consciousness. They be talking about peace and love and about Africa and how black people need to unite, etc. Those kind of conversation you would have in the Windsor Park, not necessarily just about sports. Not necessarily just about sports, about everything.
I'm sure that you remember Joseph Issac in reference to Harlem playing Kensbro.
Oh my God, that there, I don't know how you'd call that. I would say that we'd say a Windsor Park classic. Windsor Park classic and Windsor Park rivalry. It's like Man U versus Liverpool. In those days, listen to me. You are not involved in the game. You're not playing, but you're nervous. I remember I looking at a Harlem versus Kensbro game. I seen that like daylight. And Harlem come and blows on Kensbro. Have Kensbro something like free love or free one. And I eating peanuts. And I nervous eating my peanuts falling down. When guys want to kick, I myself instantaneously trying to kick too. A little boy. And then what happened is they bring in Coco Shoe, Robinson Hippolyte, one of the greatest, I think, the greatest footballer Dominica has ever seen from River Street there. Coco Shoe, Robinson Hippolyte. And Robinson Hippolyte come and playing he is playing striker, but he is like almost like a midfielder kind of playmaker type of guy.
Listen, did he... When he played that game for Kensbro, did he just left Kens?
He just left Kens. Like he graduated to Kensbro. Because Kens was like a junior team of Kensbro. It's the same grouping. But it's like a junior team. That's why his name is Kens and you are Kensbro. So when Kokoshu came in there, Kensbro, 4-3. Listen to me. First time I see football like that in my life. When I look back, for example, at football, for example, when we talk about the Kensbro and Harlem football, Mano was another exceptional guy. You know, Mano Laisha, where he is playing goalkeeper and sometimes come out from the goal. I see where Kensbro under pressure and Laisha come out and play forwards and score.
Manu John. Laisha.
Yes, yeah, Laisha John. And I remember another time now, let's give Harlem it praise, where all of us, we come and support Kensbro. And I think we get full love, you know.
And blue soap in our place.
Yeah, bomber soap.
Blue soap.
I mean, listen to me. And those times, I can't remember if it was the Jackson brothers that were playing that time. But let me tell you, full love on Kensbro. Herminus Reed, I see him in his last days, his dying days. I see Herminus Reed stay in the Windsor Park and kick a ball from half line. And as we say, all you could hear is schwa. You see how we talk in the River Street language, the Roseau language, schwa. From half line.
He could kick.
He could kick.
And,
you understand?
And he had another playmaker, Fox.
Well, again, when you eating your peanuts there in the Windsor Park, listen to me. You, and we have to use colloquial language in that case. You capo. Foxy, when a corner kick come, you capo. Because you know it is most likely a goal. So Foxy turn a corner kick with the header as a high probability of 80% there to 90% a goal against you.
I remember there was a big cartoon in those days done by someone of the Chronicle with a header with Foxy Locks flying upon the
and he say, come and get it, Lappe.
Come and get it, Lappe.
Nice. That was with expensive Isles.
Right.
Isles.
Mm-hmm. And,
you know?
And I'm sure that you'd maybe remember even Binois.
Yeah, of course. I see
Irvin
Binois in his late stage. But listen to me. Dangerous on the touchline. Dangerous. Short man. Dangerous. The only other person I see with that level of dribbling skills in my time when I was watching Kokoshu. But dangerous. And I remember in Burgess' dying stage scoring corner kick. Scoring a corner kick without anybody touching it. And then the other person I see that did that was Thomas Kentish. So, but all that was a university about sports. And how do you get good in sports?
Before you go into that, someone just sent something to me on Facebook, said, Fox versus expensive.
Yes, that was it. That was it. Let me tell you. And you see, I excited about those times. Because these were the days. These were the days, my brother.
Mm-hmm. Whoever is Deborah Baptist, he said to you that you have very good memory.
Oh, yeah. I hope it's Deborah Baptist. I wonder if it's Deborah Baptist from River Street there.
That must be Debbie.
Yeah.
Our friend, cousin from Flo.
Yeah. Not cousin, his sister.
His sister.
Yeah. Right. We grew up together. That's why I tell you. Yeah. It's like one big family, all of us. You know?
So now you're talking about Windsor Park and as a call.
So I talk about the football now and the rivalry and thing. Mm-hmm. And then I spoke about the thing about the culture. And where you have people like Freddie Nicholas leading on the discussion. And guys, like he as a leader, we humble, we listening, everybody listening, even the big men listening, you know, and a nice sober conversation. And the interesting thing is after the game end at, let's say, 6 o'clock, guys leave in the Windsor Park all 8:30.
No light at that time.
No lights. And man reasoning. That is what it was. But you see, every time has what it has. But what we can do is learn from the time. Learn from the time. Because in those days it was about tolerance, respect, selflessness, because guys playing sports and guys exceptionally good. But guys are not looking for something. And discipline. Discipline. You know, and I think some of that, I think we have better facilities now in terms of sporting facilities. But I think guys need to be more focused and guys need to see it have more opportunities now. And I think they can really achieve anything they want to achieve now. Because we had those greats, as I told you before. You know?
No, We are now going to move from the Roseau Boys School into grammar school. How did that happen?
Grammar school, fond memories. Well, he had the common entrance program. So I think I sat common entrance at maybe my first chance for common entrance, maybe I was 8 or 9. So I sat it and they came back, they tell me, well, I didn't pass. I say, okay. But at the time, at 9 years, I was already almost in the first form at the time in primary school. So I check that not making sense. But anyway, no stress. So the second year when I went back, I got a scholarship. I think I came out something like 32 or something like that. And then I went to grammar school. At the time, my sister, I think, registered me for SMA, but I registered for grammar school because at the time, same thing again in the Windsor Park, I saw a game of grammar school versus Harlem with Irving Guy and those guys. And I see those guys dominated and schoolboys beat a senior team in Dominica. So I say I want to go to grammar school because I want to go and be a great footballer. So I chose grammar school instead of SMA at the time. So I went to grammar school there. As I said, I got a scholarship to go there. And that is where I meet new friends now. So, and when I reached grammar school, remember as I told you, in boys' school, you start showing you can play football. So when I reached grammar school now is the mecca of football in schools. And you reach there, nobody know you. So you have people who in second form but are close to your age group. So they get in first choice to pick. So I remember we had house football. And I was begging for a pick. Please, I can play. I from Roseau, please. The guy said, but we don't know you. I said, just give me a chance, please. This guy said, well, mostly second formers and some first formers they know. And then I remember this guy, Nathaniel Isaac.
Naf.
Yeah, Naf. My relative there. He maybe was in third form. So he say, what's wrong with you, son? I say, sir. Remember, he's a student, but respect. I say, sir, I want to play. And they're not picking me. And I want to play, I can play. So he said, what is your name? I say, Joseph Isaac. He said, well, my name is Nathaniel Isaac. He said, play this guy. And that's how I get my first, we say gig, first gig in football in grammar school, in house football for Jupini House. So they played me, and then I saved the day. I scored last minute for Jupini House, and we won. And after the next game, they made me vice captain.
Next game, immediately you were vice
captain, yes. Yeah.
And from there, what happened next in grammar school while you were at grammar school?
Well, in grammar school for us at the time, another place of like growing up. So it was about sports, it was about athletics and academics and social life, intermingling and all that. So by the time we reached, let's say, for example, fourth form. Before we reached fourth form, by around second form, third form, you had a lot of tournaments during summer. So we had the under 16 team. So there we had some serious competition with teams that from Betong. So you had Zebians, you had Goodwill A, you had a team up, what's their name? Solka was playing for them at the time.
In Newtown?
JD Rocks. Under 16. So you had all those teams where we meet them and we clash with them. You had people now Echo playing for Zebian. So that's where then St. Joseph had a team. So I meet people like Shane Marshall and all those young fellas. By the time we grammar school team playing against them. And then we reach in finals and we dominated. Not because we were more talented. I think a lot of those teams had more talented players than us. But I think what we had was like unity. And we used to practice a lot. And discipline. Is unity and discipline. And therefore, we end up winning a lot of championships in the football for grammar school at the time.
So outside of sports, academically, what did you do?
Well, when When I was in like first form to third form, I was just going through the process. And at the time in my class, you had Kenneth Daru, number 1 and number 2 from first form to third form. You know, Dr. Daru, former minister.
First in class.
Yeah, Kenneth was first, I second, most of the time there from first form to third form. And but when we reached fourth form, that's when I really took school seriously. You know, I took school seriously from there.
Somebody on Facebook said I was in Dupini House too. That is Mervyn John.
Yes.
He said that NAF taught him in school.
I know. I know Mervyn John. Yes. So as I was telling you, so when I reached fourth form, that's when now I start taking school very seriously. And I end up being the captain of grammar school science quiz team. So they at the time the teacher asked me to be the captain of the team and asked me to select somebody to represent grammar school in science quiz tournament against SMA and all those schools there, convent. So I chose Dr. Daru, Kenneth Daru. So we represented grammar school in science quiz at the time. And we went and we dominated. I think we ended up beating up all those teams, and then we ended up in finals against Clive Serendo and Geoffrey Levy. You know?
In St. Mary's Academy. Against
Yes, St. Mary's Academy. Bright
those
boys.
Those guys were bright guys.
Yeah, bright boys. And I think at that time I top scored the tournament. So that's when I realized I had a strong scientific background, because I really thought those guys were exceptionally bright. And I top scored the quiz there. And from there I realized that maybe I should focus a lot on academics.
But you also had your rough time in Dominica Grammar School, setting up organizations and groups and social groups that would be seriously strong against certain things that were going on in grammar school.
Well, yeah.
From what I heard, I'm not.
Well, at the time, I championed something, and we created a group, because we thought that at the time grammar school should have more democracy in terms of the student union business. It should not be and choosing a prefects and all that. So I created a little movement there with some other guys, you know, leading the movement where we can have a say in the selection of who's going to be on student council, you know, and not influenced by the teachers. Where we thought that it needed to be more democratic. So that's where my political activism started.
What was the name of that group, and who were the people in that group?
Well, we created a group called PIF. So you had Pascal, that's Ian Pascal, Joseph Isaac.
Hold on, you're talking about Pascal, Ian Pascal,
great athlete.
Gotha?
Yeah, great athlete.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who works on the port?
Yeah, yes, and you had Joseph Isaac, then Toussaint, as Richard Toussaint, a partner of mine, he's an engineer in New York now, and then Edgar Hunter. So we formed that core group, and we had a lot of friends. So
you're telling me Edgar Hunter's part and parcel of that?
Yeah. So we used to call it Piff and Branches, man.
Why Piff and Branches?
Piff is like a main part of a plant.
So you all took your start of your names.
Yes, it's just brainstorming, innovation, creativity, and that just came up. And we say Piff and Branches. Mm-hmm. And then we say we are branch, we are leaves. So like young guys in first form saying, hey, sir, I want to be a leaf, please. We say, okay, you are a leaf from now on. Yeah.
And that group grew.
Yeah, it grew in the movement.
And what was the influence that you all had now at the school in terms of creating that organization for the student council?
Well, we start interacting with the student council, and at the time Jared Jajak was the president, so we start influencing and get some of what we wanted. For example, we influence and get the student council to organize and get the teachers to agree first to have social evenings. So we had social evenings, we had fundraising, we even had things like the school organized, because to us the school was boring, we needed to do more things. So we get the school to agree to do bell marché. So we did a bell marché to Wharton Waven. So we really stimulated and created a lot of activity in this.
Who would have been the girls involved in this group then? There must have been girls.
No, well, branches. So that girls, we have friends, you know. So you have people like Leanne Fair Packet, you have Cheryl Darrow, all those people there. Or Lincoln, you have Colin Ferraro as a branch, you know, and all those guys there. Yeah, Brian Roberts, you know. Yeah. So we really had Bernard Lloyd. So we really had a little crew. Yeah, Beef and Branches.
Yeah. Now, at the grammar school, we have to have the sports teacher.
Yeah.
Who was the sports teacher at the time?
Well, we had the deputy principal and sports master, Ozzy Savre.
Right. Who was the principal?
You had Anthony Lockhart at the time.
Okay. I just wanted to get a setting as to how it was.
Yeah.
No, at that time of the Dominica Grammar School, would yourself and Roosevelt carried no prime minister at the Dominica Grammar School at the same time?
No, when I came back to teach at grammar school, I met him there. So his cousin Bernard Ito was at the grammar school in my time. Well, he was like in fifth form when I was in college. You see? But Rosie Douglas, Skerrit was there when I went to college for 2 years. I came back to teach for 1 year. Rosie was in fifth form, but I wasn't teaching his class at the time. I taught the other classes, like I taught physics and chemistry. So people like Emil Lancelot, Malcolm, Dorset, you know, people like Helena Joseph, people like that, and Dr. Cassandra Williams, that's the current minister now. She was in the science class there. I taught her, you know, as I taught Emil Lancelot, engineer now. So I taught them chemistry and physics.
Proud moment for you?
Yeah, I'm happy for them. Actually, I'm happy for them. You know, it's all about just playing your part and moving on. Playing your part and moving on.
Sifu Call.
Yeah, Sifu Call.
What went on in Sifu Call?
Well, Sifu Call at the time, I forget to big up Mr. Savre, Ozzy Savre. He was very inspirational for us. I think he believed in me, so I went on to captain grammar school from 4th form and 5th form in football, you know. And at the time I was a track athlete there too. So, but he was a very patient man, and he that instilled a lot of discipline in us. So I want to big him up, you know. I think he deserves all the credit that we should give him all the credit that he deserves.
Before we go to the Sifu Call, let's speak a little bit about track and field, because I too was involved in track and field.
Yeah, your name used to call, like they used to say you're quick.
Yeah. So I want to go back a little bit and talking about track and field.
Yeah.
You were a long distance runner.
Well, I started as a sprinter, 100, and then I moved up. But it's a story again about selflessness. What happened was, when I came in grammar school in first form, I started as a sprinter, and then Ian Pascal came into grammar school when I was in second form. But we were best partners, and we used to be competing. But every time we ran the 1, he would beat me. When we ran the 2, sometimes I beat him, sometimes he beat me. When we run the 4, I always win. So after we decided, instead it have always debate about which one is better, I decided I leave in the 1 and the 2 for him, and I moved to 4 and 800 meters. That's how I ended up running middle distance, 4 and 800 meters.
How that possible when you in Roseau there and you were not doing nothing like running, you just maybe going running like a car and so on? How did that come about?
Well, I don't know. My whole family, my entire family were involved in sports. My father, they said, was brain is there, so he can maybe talk.
So we're going to come to your father in a while.
Yeah,
we're going to.
But I guess it may be genes, you know. It's genes. I'm not nothing. I cannot take credit for that. I just, in other words, as I tell you, it's from boys' school you found out that you can play ball, and then you had to beg for your peak, and then you prove yourself. So you always have to prove yourself. And then the track and field. Well, in River Street we used to be running on the street. Running, sometimes you would make a lap, River Street around Hillsborough Street and come back. Woofers. And at the time it had like a metal culvert, your foot would pong on that. And this is hot. And you're running Napier without shoes. So that is where, and guys checking in River Street that you're quick. But remember, you're not exposed to competitive sports. So it's when I went to grammar school, I realized that competitive sports-wise, for example, when I graduated from grammar school, I graduated as the Victor at grammar school. Has something called Victor Ludorum, meaning that the athlete with the most points, you know. And I graduated also as the sportsman of the year, top most outstanding footballer, most outstanding athlete, plus science prizes, you know. So I was a all-rounder. And maybe with that prize for liming and rebel behavior, and liming, and being opinionated. I've always been an independent thinker. Mm-hmm. So even in grammar school, we'd be debating with the principal on issues of politics, the Freedom Party, and during like lunchtime or after school, we debated, you know. Yeah, so as I said, I wanted to big up Ozzy Savre for that. You know, he was a very, very, very important person in my life at the time.
Into school?
Yeah, inter-school. Well, inter-school came back. What happened? They revamped it, the Windward Island inter-school competition. And at the time, they picked guys across the country. So inter-school, again, I was selected the captain of the football team. We went to St. Lucia. In football, we came out second in the first year. That is in 1987. In 1988, when they had the competition in Dominica, we won that championship. Again, I was the captain of Dominica there. We won the football tournament. So I had people like Kevin Francis, we had Brian Hamilton, we had a lot of really good guys playing on Dominica team there. You know, we played against Grenada in the finals. Grenada had a guy called Fletcher. They had around 5 national players of Grenada team. But we won. We won. At the time I was playing midfield and, you know, coordinating the game, playmaker, you know, for my guys. So these were the days, you know, these were the days.
When you would have been at grammar school, you would have heard quite a lot about Irving Guy and as an athlete.
Yeah, well, I saw Irving Guy actually.
I tell people, because I ran against Irving Guy or with Irving Guy, that I can say that he was quicker than Usain Bolt, and people tend to think I'm laughing.
No, well, at the time, remember grammar school record at the time was 10.5 seconds. 10.5. At the time, this kind of speed was unheard of. So in his time, he's maybe the best in terms of the sprint. And again, I want to big up in my grammar school days, man like Bruce Phillip. That's maybe again
long distance.
Middle distance, 800. 400 he ended up being in the indoor championship, NCAA, and Sharon Philogen. People like that, great athletes at the time. But Bruce Phillip is on the record was one. He and Romain, because I met Romain in inter-school too. But Gibbs Romain, he there and Bruce Phillip are maybe the most. Well, no, we have what's her name there? Our last medalist.
Philogen, you talking about?
No. We just honored her.
Yes, I'm trying to remember. Oh, how could I forget? But as we go along, I'll remember.
Yeah. You understand? But these are Dominica's top athletes to date, including Bruce Phillip. He still have the indoor championship record for 400 meters in the US. You understand? So that's a great athlete. I want to big him up. Big up people like Sharon Philogen. You know? Yeah.
Roddy himself. Roddy
Dejean? Yeah, midfielder. But Irving Guy, great. That's the best, I think, in sprint we had at the time.
TLR4.
Yeah, TLR4. So Bruce Phillip in the league over TLR4 there. But Bruce Phillip at the time when he had to go to Olympics, we were not yet affiliated in the Olympics Association. So that's why he didn't make it. But I think he did the World Games indoor championship and get a silver medal.
But it was fun during Independence time to see both Irving Guy and Ian Blanchard.
Yes.
You know, on the track for 100 meters.
Yeah.
They were two quick guys.
Blanchard was very quick too. But again, remember grammar school come with our bell to support Irving Guy, you know.
And Irving Guy was always the winner.
Yes.
He was really quick.
He was really, really quick.
Yeah.
You know.
So that's why when people talk about 10.5, I think it was faster than 10.5. Yeah. We just have this number.
Well, hand clock.
And
so the reaction time, you maybe lose something there.
Yes, because when he would have gone, by the time you put up your head,
yes,
Irving Guy is at the end,
very quick.
End
very
of the track already.
Yeah.
It's really quick.
Yeah.
You know. C4
Yeah, so C4 that's where you meet new people now. New people. And at the time, it was a difficult time for people you went to school with in grammar school. Because at this time now, only a select few would end up making it to C4 6 from college at the time. You know? So then you meet people there again, you focus at the time. I did maths, chemistry, and physics, and further maths at the time. You know? And then I played sports again, captain college at the time in football, you know, dominating football in youth football, in competition in Dominica again.
Who would you have met at the state college that would have impressed you?
In terms of what? In terms of
academics?
Well, you had a guy, a good friend of mine, you had Eustace Fountain. Generally, everybody in the class were bright people. You had Dermot Southwell, daughter Gillian Southwell. You had Armour, Nicole Armour. Then you had she's a dentist now. So you had the 2 Armour cousins there. You had people like Dale Dangleben. He's in the US a doctor now. Yeah, I said Eustace Fountain, medical doctor in England, UK. people like Edgar Hunter. You had who else? You had that Irish lady, did very bright lady. You know, yeah. So really a lot of different people there. You had Marcella Larocque maybe in a different major, dealing in more humanities, not in the science class. You know, so we had a lot of people, bright people. Everybody in college at the time, sixth form, were very bright people. As I said, it's a very small percentage of people who graduated from high school would make it through because you didn't have enough space. You know, so a lot of bright guys that I went to school in grammar school with didn't make through because, again, not enough space. You know, but I can remember the people in my class, you know, Gerard Hill, Kenneth Daru, bright people, you know. So yeah, at the time, since you make it through college, you safe. People know that is a yardstick, you know. And Felix Thomas used to make joke out of it and say, yeah, you guys think you are the cream of the crop, you know, and make joke out of it and give guys pressure, you know. But Mr. Serendo was the principal at the time, a great principal. He pulled things together, create the formal structure of the school, and really start the process of that's how it will end up being Dominica State College. You know, so and to big up Mr. Serendo also, you know, and Felix Wilson too at the time, he had his own style, you know, but I think he was a very effective and successful teacher in chemistry, and his heart was in the sports, huh? He'd put all his effort in the sports, and to big him up, you know, yeah, I remember that clearly.
Your staff, Danny James, is also on. He
Yes.
said good evening to you. Do you know Ted Sierra?
Ted Sierra.
Yes.
Yes, I think I know Ted Sierra.
He also said good evening. too.
Okay, great.
He said,
Good evening.
he said,
Good evening.
Hey, Miss Sevre. I'm not so sure why he said that.
Who is that?
He said, hey, Miss Sevre.
Oh yes. We used to call her. Well, at the time, she was our science teacher. Yeah, Carol Savre.
Okay.
Sevre.
Oh, because I saw she's online saying interesting program.
Yes.
Carol Sevre
Again,
Abraham.
very exceptional. I think also she taught me when I was in third form. I think she is the one, between she and Mr. Goldberg, that really steer me into the science. You know, Mr. Goldberg, I remember on my report card, he say he can do anything he believes he wants to do. So that inspired me, and again, Miss Sevre was always there. I was one of her students that we had a nice rapport. I had all my respect for her. Very good teacher, you know. Yeah, so again, I was inspired there. And as I said, in college, again, you meet different guys. You know, you meet those guys from St. Joseph campus that came to college, and you meet them there, you know.
Who are the guys that you would banter with then in college?
In college, we don't really had a banter in terms of what? Sports?
Sports and academics.
Well, academics, remember I tell you, is a competitive thing. So you have everybody in the class. You have the Irish young lady. So in different class, you have maths. I have this guy, Brian Joseph from Portsmouth. Very bright guy. He's a doctor.
He's a doctor. He's a doctor.
Very bright guy.
I think he's in the US now.
And then you had Vidal, a Vidal guy from Portsmouth again. You know? So as I tell you, and I met Ken Thomas, that is for Rudolph Thomas.
Okay.
You know, in my class. So that's where you start making friendship, and this friendship lasts up till now. Up till now. Nanton. I forget Emmanuel Nanton. Emmanuel Nanton was there on student council. So I was sports representative on student council for football. Nanton was sports representative for cricket. And La Rouge, that is Marcella Larocque, was sports representative for netball. So they split it because they said that at the time, 3 of us were good enough to be the sports representative. So let's just split it in 3, you know, on the student council.
Good memory.
Yeah. Good memory.
And how many students at the time at Sifokol?
I don't want to be wrong, you know. You know, I'm a person, I like to be right. So I don't want to guess the numbers. But
it was less than 100.
Yeah, maybe about that. Less, but not much more or not much less.
Right.
But it was very, very small.
Seeing that that the Sifokol or the sixth form college at the time was an amalgamation of students from all the secondary schools, about how many students from the grammar school ended up in Sifokol in your time?
In my time, Well, again, that's a difficult one because, okay, at the time when I graduated from grammar school, about 155, I remember that clearly, that about 155 of us graduated from grammar school. You can pretty much say in the secretarial division, you maybe had maybe about 5 to maybe 7 girls. And then maybe in the technical section, you maybe had maybe about 5 guys again. So let's say between, let's say, 10 and 13 there, or 12. And then in academic section now, you maybe had maybe about people like Jason Alexander, again, I forget to mention her name, very bright lady. She's working in, I think, the Doha School Lab. You had maybe about, I would say maybe about another 5 to 7 there.
All right.
So again, less than 20 out of 155. And in Portsmouth, I remember maybe around in the academic section, maybe 3 to 4 Portsmouth guys from PSS.
Okay.
Maybe 5 of them. I remember them clearly.
So basically, you were among the elites.
Well, I wouldn't say elite. maybe we were fortunate.
Having arrived among the top guys, 14 guys from the grammar school, all together.
Yeah.
That's an elite group of people.
Yeah.
Right.
It was at the time. That's why you see that Dominica State College is a blessing. Everything we can improve. I think as an industrial engineer, I always believe in process improvement. So we have to continuously improve things. But listen to me, the state college from the community college there was another type of transformation in education.
Miss Carol Sevre said, "Hi Ted, nice to see where my students have reached."
Ted himself he's a doctor now. Ted Sira. I work
Ted
with him.
Sira, yes.
I work with him in the Ministry of Education.
Doctor in medication and doctor in education.
Yeah,
Doctor
I think
in
he
what?
has his PhD now.
PhD in what?
Yes.
I don't know what the field is actually, but at the time he was in planning.
Okay.
He worked in the Ministry of Planning.
Okay. Also want to say good evening to she is listening via the social media and looking also. That is Mason, Hermina Mason.
Yes.
Your good friend Isaac.
Yes.
She's saying good evening too. And a few other people. Snapper is saying, Cecil, you can also read a little bit more of our interaction to Isaac on the social media. You know. And no, Isaac. I want to find out from you in reference to at the Dominica State College.
Well, Clifton Dupini Community College at the time.
Clifton Dupini College, yes. Sorry.
Old school.
Someone also mentioned to me to remind you of Avondale Paul.
Avondale?
Yes, someone told me to remind you.
Oh yeah, man, Avondale Paul. I met him in grammar school actually, but I don't know, for some reason, maybe because I was on the school team at an early age, I was gravitating towards the older guys. So since I in like second form there, first form actually, I would go upstairs and talk to them. So since I was 12 years, I met Avondale Paul and we maintained our friendship from since then. I'll give you a story about that, about true friendship when you think of a person like Avondale Paul. I think he's currently now our ambassador to UAE now. But we go a long way back, way back. Avondale, I remember when I get involved into deciding to run for the opposition party at the time. Avondale told me, "Boy Zeke, I support the Labour Party. I don't know why you want to run for those guys, but I'm your friend. Whatever you decide to do, I will support you." And after I won Roseau Central, my first day in Parliament, I remember Avondale brought a very nice blue tie for me. And he said, "Nothing can separate our friendship, but the blue tie should be red. But I'm your friend, I support you in anything that you do." And interestingly, after time passed and then I had a change of heart based on philosophy, and I made the decision to join with the Labour Party at the time. Avondale Paul now came back and brought a red tie and tell me, oh, this is the correct tie. But interestingly, what it is showing there is this friend that I knew from since I was 12 years. And I didn't say it, when I raised liquor funds, for example, for when I ran in Roseau Central, Avondale said, although he did not support the United Workers' Party at the time, Avondale sent a liquor contribution. He said, I want you to win. Even if I don't believe you should be where you are. That is friendship. That is true friendship. I can never forget that person. You see, because your decision in life, if you have a true friend, your friend should not turn against you when you make certain decisions they don't agree with. And we maintain that level of friendship and the kind of loyalty and camaraderie for all those years. And to big him up if he's listening.
He is listening.
Okay.
He listens every Sunday night.
Yes.
No, Isaac, I want to go back a bit now to your father, your siblings, your mom.
Yeah.
Your father has been known by many in the circles of football, and he's called Mosopie.
Yeah.
I can't even tell you what his real name is.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Everyone knows him as Mosopie.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Give us a little bit of your father and how he was able to help in
before you go.
Yes.
His father's name is Johnson Isaac.
Oh, Johnson Isaac.
Yes.
And I know his father very well.
Yes.
I will allow him to go on. I'm a very attentive listener, but his father was my number one fan when he played for Combermere as the goalkeeper.
Yes.
And I just want to say too that Shilling Pond said, proud of your achievement, son of the Laku. So they consider you as a true son of the Laku.
Yes, man. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
My father, yes. My father was a good man. Good man because my father really loved his children. But you knew where my father stood on certain things. And he didn't. My father wasn't a person like an extremist. My father was a person who would listen a lot. But he had his standard. So for my example, my father believed in hard work. My father believed in perfection. And my father had his rules of his game. He would just tell his children, no smoking. You're not in no smoking business. Although you're smoking cigarette. But you see that marijuana thing? I'm not in that. If you smoke marijuana, well, that's where we part ways. You understand? So, but no, I love my father so much. I didn't want to part ways. So even when I on the block, I there with the guys, we cooking food, we doing things. We river street, we cook we call it jot at the time. We cook a jot by the river side there. Guys have sometimes got the older guys are spliff. I never smoke. Never smoke. The first time I tried, I was 19 years. And I grew up River Street and Great Marlborough Street. I just tried once. And I asked my mom. And I told my father, Daddy, but you tell me we should never smoke. But Daddy, how can I say I live on earth and I never try? So let me try once and I wouldn't do it again. He said, okay, well, I cannot tell you to smoke. So I told my mother said, well, it's a bad thing, you shouldn't do it, but you 18 years is you. So I tried once, just to say I tried.
Full one or just a pool?
No, I tried a full one. I can't tell you who gave it to me.
I don't need to know.
But I tried a full one, a partner from River Street. But I didn't really get anything from it. I said either waste of time. So I leave that alone. But back to my father. My father, you see, that is why sometimes role models are so important. I grew up hearing great things about my father. And therefore, I wanted to be better than my father. But when I ask other people, like his friends, Mr. Thomas Baptiste, may his soul rest in peace, one of my father's best partners, when I ask him questions like they would see me play football, and they would say, no, you good. I say, what about, can I be better than my father? They tell me, nah, you fast still. So my father was a perfectionist when come for his sports. My father believed in his sports. And I mentioned, again, just want to big up the family of Frasra Barry and Alex Boyd Knight at the same time. Honorable late memory there, just bigging up. But I wanted to refer to every time I meet Frasra Barry, he would tell me about my father and cricket. Because my father was a great left and off spin bowler. And he would tell me that. He would say it's difficult to bat because he's a left-hander. And so I get, so hearing all those things, growing up about my father, I wanted to live up to that type of expectation in terms of being a great sportsman. So when I was in like second form and they asked me what I want to be, I didn't say I want to be a doctor, an engineer, a lawyer. I said I wanted to be a professional sportsman. And so my father was all about stay healthy, focus on your sports. And my mother, and he, as I said, he had his rules. No smoking marijuana, no following bad company. But in not following bad company, it doesn't mean you cannot pull up on the block. He just don't want you to go anywhere far with anybody that he think is bad company. But you can hang out. My mother now was all about hard work. She is what my mother was a no big fancy lady, you know. My mother was like, you know, like for example, it awarded at the time, it didn't even have awarded, it had made in the hospital. But my mother was all about for you to elevate yourself in life, you need to educate yourself. So my mother was all about academics. And all about you study your work already? Oh no, I need to organize for you to get extra French classes. And I never see my mother try to overdo it in terms of dressing. I never see my mother, every month end, that's when I know it's month end, because you'd see she do a nice hairdo, and she would buy marshmallow and all those things there. To make you see it's month end. She treats herself. But never trying to be extravagant and overspending. She'd have a budget. So where it is now, my father was the type that focused on discipline in sports and excellence. But my father is a person that never hold a grudge. Never hold a grudge. If, and he never talk bad about anybody. If, let's say, for example, there's this guy that troublesome and other people saying certain negative things about him and his name come up in my father's presence, my father would just say troops and shake his head. And if you ask him, Daddy, what you think? He would never say. Never say. And that is why, for example, you'll see how I have been. I've been very disciplined in what I do, and nobody can say Isaac say. I'm always confidential, and I get that from my mom and dad. I never hear my mom also talk bad about people.
Why they call your dad Mosopi?
Oh, my father, because he was short. Interesting, not short to say short, but short is short, but in proportion they find his leg was short relative to maybe his torso. But remember, he is a goalkeeper. And to them, how could that goalkeeper be so short and be so great? I went to St. Lucia in inter-school tournament. And when I tell a man my last name, he asked me if I know a man they call him Johnson Isaac. So in the region, he was really like an icon in sports. So I had to live up to that. And my mother, as I said, all about pushing academics and thing. And she say, well, she from Portsmouth actually. You know, our background is the Alexis from Portsmouth. You know. And my grandfather by my mother's side from Cassibus, the Samuel. You know. And my grandfather by father's.
You're saying that you have the Samuel family in Cassibus.
From Cassibus. And my grandmother by father from Dalis, like them Etiennes. And then my grandfather by father from Antigua.
Someone was saying to me that in River Street there's quite a lot. I think last week, that Dr. Donald Peters was saying to us that there are quite a number of, in his days growing up, quite a number of people who lived in River Street from Antigua.
Yes. We had a lot of them. And my grandfather, as I tell you, from Antigua. But you see, in those days, they always had a swap. Who coming out from Montserrat, who live in Dominica and go to Antigua, and who live in Antigua and go to Dominica and Montserrat, and then you have some people they from, let's say, from Grenada. So it always had that switching, movement. Up in north, in Portsmouth side, it had a lot of people from Guadeloupe, so the Nantons and them. You see? And then when you go up in Soufriere, again, it have a lot of switching, moving, Martinique. Yeah, so that's how it is.
Cecil, your father had a farm in Portersville. Did you ever accompany him there?
The farm, in Gotha, he had it in Gotha.
Yeah, Gotha.
In Gotha, yeah, man. We went to garden steady. That's where I get the love for agriculture and gardening. But I used to be like a fancy follower going to the farm. I'm the last child, so I carry in one cane. I not in no heavy load. no heavy load.
Well, your father King was our backyard there.
Yeah, I know, and his mango bab. Yeah, blows on the mango bab.
Confessor winner.
No, we went there.
Confessor winner.
Remember, boys were
Confessor winner.
Yeah.
Thanks God that Isaac came for you to confess.
Yeah.
You die, boy.
Have the best mango bab.
Yes, he saw mango bab, serious mango bab.
After a football
and thing, sweet potato.
Oh, man.
And cane.
That was
our
backyard.
Pigeon peas.
So I have to confess to you, your father Peter, no, but he had a nice mango bab. So you used to accompany your father.
Yes. Me and my brother Patrick, he nicknamed Bolo, we'd go there together.
So I was about to ask you about your siblings.
Yeah. So by father, I have my brother there, Patrick Bolo. He played for national team in football, played for Celtics, deadly striker. Then you had my other brother is Eddie. Eddie played boxing. He played football too, but he is more prolific in the boxing, semi-pro boxing, you know. And my mother, you have my brother Kiki, who played for Kensborough under 19 youth, you know, a deadly striker, you know. And then my sister Jennifer, you know. So that's us there, you know. And that's the family. That's the family I grew up with. You know, in River Street, and my sister Junior, you know, she used to play netball. You know, Jennifer was a top athlete too.
Oh, yeah, but distant runner too.
Yeah, you know, but Junior was in netball, playing netball there. So it's a whole sporting family, and close knit. You know, so that's how we were.
You know, as you said, Junior, now I realize her name is Junior.
Yeah, real name. But it's Junia.
Junior.
Yeah.
But your brother Bolo is also was a very keen footballer, but he's also a farm worker.
Yes. In Canada
manages
program. Yes.
Canada.
He's a foreman on one of those farms in Canada now. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, Isaac, quickly, I want to find out from you. You worked at Colgate Palmolive. Give us an understanding of Colgate Palmolive, what you did there.
Well, I actually, interestingly, as a professional, I never really, how to put it? Yes, I applied, but in that case, what happened is I was working at Bello. I worked as operation and production manager for Bello for 1 year. At the time. And at the time, Patrick Pemberton came there to set up a boiler for us. And we were working together, trying to solve it, troubleshoot. And I guess while working with him, he liked my attitude, my work ethics, hard work, thinking on the feet. So when they advertised the job at Colgate Palmolive, he called me and he asked me, they called me at Colgate to ask me, am I not interested in the job? So I say, well, I wasn't sure if I had enough experience. They say, no, you know. And then I applied, and then I got the job. And then I started as industrial engineer for Colgate Palmolive in Dominica. And then I started working now as regional industrial engineer, working in Barbados, Trinidad, Guyana, Jamaica.
What that job entails?
Well, it's about industrial engineers. We set up systems to monitor processes and we benchmark. So what that means is, for example, if we have equipment and the equipment is let's say it's performing, we can track its performance. The question is, how often is it done? When it is operating, how good is it working? And then we can track productivity of workers. So we're tracking that. And then now we can be tracking things of pricing, raw material pricing. You see, like all now the inflation hitting us hard. So you'd have an industrial engineer tracking those things there to ensure that how is it impacting the bottom line. Then we'd have a safety program where we're looking at safety across the company. We'd have something we call total productive maintenance, where, for example, you'd have something that dealing with predictive maintenance, where, for example, if you know something is going to go bad with a boiler or a generator, you can actually project and know, okay, what you need to do to prevent it, rather than you end up working on it after it breaks down. So you're always focusing on planned thing rather than trying to recover after something is damaged. And also, finally, you deal with issues of costing and the issues of budgeting, etc., and coordinating projects.
Worked in the OECS export unit. What's that about?
The OECS, I came there as an industrial engineering specialist and business advisor working across the OECS region. So I work in Grenada, work with companies like De La Grenade. I work in St. Lucia Distillers, Baron Foods. I work in St. Vincent with this water company and this furniture company called Omri, one of the largest furniture companies in the OECS region. They have something similar to Cots in St. Vincent. I worked with them. I worked in Antigua also with different companies that dealing with manufacturing of awnings and different things. I work in St. Kitts also. So I work across the region, dealing with things, advising on how to improve productivity and how to improve the business. I remember we did a major trade show, so I did the design for that trade show. There is a OECS trade show in St. Kitts. I did the design and to run the program, Beverly, Roman and myself, to run the entire trade show, coordinate the whole thing, OECS trade show program involving design and project management of it.
What would you have seen the default in terms of all of these OECS countries in terms of the specialization that you would have had?
I think one of the biggest challenge we have in the region is small businesses having special programs to fast track them, not just the access to the capital, but getting the right type of capital and technology. That's where I think the biggest challenge is. And that's why a lot of people sometimes they say, for example, they don't hear me, but now I talk in different fora. But now, as in that forum now, I can tell you, I think that's the biggest challenge within the OECS region and Dominica by extension. The issue of one, access to capital and the right appropriate technology. And to move it from micro business and ramp it up to medium size to small business, because you have the right capital base and you have also the right technology. And another major weakness is the staffing, the human resource. Because sometimes, because we are a small island state, sometimes you are lacking the human resource to do certain things. And the other thing I find, one of the biggest challenge also I find, not just in terms of micro and medium size, but on a larger scale, I think the biggest challenge we have had as a region and as a black civilization in CARICOM is the lack of unity among black entrepreneurs. So you would realize that in Dominica, for example, since independence, let's say we can use independence as a marker, the only business initiative that we have seen on a significant level that have come to fore is mapping with Ron Abraham, and he bring other people. But other than that, we have not seen any, to say, people of African descent coming together, mobilizing resources and doing something significant. So in summary, I would say, one, the lack of unity in the entrepreneurial development to pull resources together. Two, the access of resources of not just little micro thing, $20,000, no. Significant resources to move from micro or small to medium to large businesses, and the lack of the human resource base to be able to, if you're trying to develop that, to have access to that to help you develop and grow.
I also know that you worked in a program with Dexia, I think it was the Business Gate.
Yeah, Business Gateway.
Business Gateway.
And also the National Export Strategy.
Help us on that one. Tell us a little bit more.
Well, the Business Gateway with Dexia, and it was a government program, but run through Dexia. This program was what I was just talking about. Trying to, one, create startups, and two, micro business, move them into small. And we were very successful in doing that. So we created companies and help some of the companies to reach that level. For example, I'll give one example for the interest of time. The Dalis Women Organization, when they came to us in Business Gateway, we created a brand for them called Dewo. So you'll maybe see their brand on the market all now. So that means it was a sustainable project because they are still there up and running. The Dalis Women Organization, Dewo, that brand. So we help them. We develop their business plan, we organize their branding, and we put some things on the market for them. So that's one example. In terms of the National Export Strategy, I would say one of the major initiatives we did was, and I think you were part of that, you came at the time you were mayor and we invited you, where we went to Guadeloupe with over 60-something business professional and businesses into access the Guadeloupe market as a market access initiative led by Dexia and the CEO consultant, that's me, of the National Export Strategy, with Greg Thomas and people like that. And we went to Guadeloupe with people like you, the mayor of Roseau, because we went to interact with the mayor, and at the time the chairman of the National Export Strategy, Mr. Murray, Ophelia husband there.
I know that you're also a UE lecturer. Tell us something about this.
Yeah, I lectured in UE. I lectured operations management from, I can maybe call one to my students, people like Claudette Karam, people like McDowell Paul, people like Benoit Badwill on the port. All these were, I lectured at UE at the executive diploma program. I was a tutor there, lecturer at UE. I also came back and lectured and did a project management training for them, and also a small entrepreneurship small business at UE Dominica campus. So I've been there since 1998. But when I entered into the politics, I find I as if you're politically exposed, so people kind of scared to engage you. But that's what I did before I entered into the politics, and so I have a number of students that I've taught.
As you say, entered into politics. Let's take a leap into the political start of your life. Where did you see, from the LACU point of view? I should first ask you, all of what you have just said to me or to us, the listeners, what influence did the LACU had on you, preparing you for that great world?
Well, as I say, I think the LACU really made you appreciate tolerance. That's one. Different point of view. And a point of view is really a point of view. It doesn't mean it's the correct point of view or the wrong point of view. We have to agree to disagree. And that's where in the LACU, the issue of respect come. In the ghetto, respect is a big thing. In Jamaica, for example, in the ghetto, if you disrespect a man, it might mean your life. Respect. And in the LACU, the issue of hard work. And remember I told you about cooking the food, and not food we're saying, we cook a jot. So the selflessness of, remember I told you when I was in boys' school, you have recess in grammar school too. All of us, Bernard Lloyd, Matthew August, now he's a pastor, all of us, we'd share our food, our recess we used to call it. Our snack, we'd share it. Who have more, give the other one. So in River Street, Great Marlborough Street, Kings Hill, that's where you learn. You start seeing that selflessness is important. It's not always about you. And I remember now how I first entered into that, I say, political consciousness was in around 1980, 86, 87, when it had the African Liberation Day in Salisbury. And they asked for the college to have a representative. And I remember you came to me. And interestingly, you, Cecil Joseph, came to me. And I got involved in the African Liberation Day movement, where I had to introduce Rosie Douglas on the platform as a youth. And that's where my whole political consciousness started. So the Laku, I would say, really instilled the issue of respect, hard work, selflessness is not all about you, and tolerance. It lets me pass away to yourself. And that wisdom, knowledge.
Did you make that statement in Parliament?
Yes, Madam Speaker always used to say that. She have blessed memory. Always used to say that. But that is what university taught you. Let's just digress a little. When you go to university, it's not making you be a brighter person than another man. It instilling discipline and humbleness in you. Because you're going to meet plenty other students as bright as you or some brighter. And therefore, you start being a humble person. You start realizing it's not all about you. And that is how my whole political consciousness started. So when I was in New Mexico, I did not just, like I was never a monitor in a class, or I was never a prefect, as a prefect in grammar school, monitor in all classes I went to. When I go to New Mexico State University, I was the president of the Caribbean Student Association. But that is coming back from when, as I tell you, when I was in college, when you came to me and I introduced Rusian platform in 1986-87. I can remember the exact date. But it was African, I think it was
87.
87, African Liberation Day. And from since then, I remain conscious as a black person. Not trying to play like I know more and I'm more conscious than another black man. But I understood that if we come and we have a background of slavery, where, for example, we have no capital, because the slave master, the landlord, had all the capital. And we, the proletariats, the workers, we had nothing. So historically, we had nothing. What we had, so best I change my language, what we have was our skill and our brain. That's what we had. No financial resources. And therefore, in my political consciousness, I realized black people, the only way black people can really have a meaningful contribution in society and the world is for them to come together. One, educate themselves, know their history, educate themselves, and come together in unity. Whether you are selling uranium, whether you selling bananas, whether sugar cane, you have, or let's say in our case, as a major revenue source, the CBI. We as black people have to realize that's what we have at the particular time and come together in unity to protect that from the neo-colonizers. And a black man should not apologize for him being black conscious. If you were oppressed for 300-400 years, you have no reason to apologize to loving who you are. And that is where my political consciousness comes from the fact that I think as a black country, as a black people, we need to do all what we can do to help each other, not to bring down each other, and to do things selfless. Not so that for me, that's where my passion is. That's where the politics started for me. And that is why I'm still. Now, we're not talking theoretical there. We're talking practical thing. So politics have to be on the basis of your philosophy. What do you believe? What do you believe? Do you think that a government should tax people? And if so, what should they tax? Do you think that a government should pay for school for a person? And if so, to what extent and what should be the policy to do that? The question is, do you think a government should build houses for people? And if so, how? Under what circumstance? And what should be the policy about that? Do you think the government, any government, should be elevating people who cannot help themselves? So what is your philosophy? And I would dare say my philosophy is that me as a person who thinking in a social democratic way, that one, you should have democracy, people should have a voice, people should be able to debate either within their party, the political framework, or outside of their party, but first within your party, your political organization, on whatever philosophy that the party espouses. And remember, in politics is not a static thing. Things might evolve, things might improve, things might change, but you have to have a fundamental principle. For me, my fundamental principle is the state or a political organization should always try to help the less fortunate. And that coming back from, remember I tell you, boys' school days. I have my recess, but I have 2 bread. But I don't really, why do I want to eat 2 bread? So I can share the bread. But also remember what I said earlier. I also understand hard work. So why do you want to always get a free bread? So let us develop you. Let us educate your children. That's why I support the principle and the philosophy and the platform of one university graduate in every household.
So I just want to say that your friend Ted Serra also said, I'm listening to you bringing back memories of our many conversations on OECS development. Always proud of the work you were doing in the sub-region. That's from your friends.
Yes. Tell him. I want to tell him thank you. But you see, so I was on that trend there, but I wanted to, from what he said there. So see what has happened to somebody like me. Before I enter into politics, I had people admiring me. I enter into politics and then everybody want to judge me based on their political party they're supporting, not based on their political ideology. The thing is, I'm not changing what I'm saying or what I'm doing in regards to political ideology. So if I have an opportunity to meet the Prime Minister, to talk to the Prime Minister, what I'll be saying is, hey, Honorable Prime Minister, this person is sick. Can you help her? She said to touch base with you. Honorable Prime Minister or Minister of Finance or Minister of Housing or whoever I get to interact with now is a different forum. Can you help that person? Is there any system in place? It's never about me. It has never been.
Marlon Simon said, wow, what caused you now to get yourself involved in party politics?
Okay, that's an interesting question again. I said that, for example, when I went to school, grammar school, I went to college. I've never asked anybody to make me a monitor in a class. I've never lobbied. When I ended up the president of the Caribbean Student Association when I was in New Mexico State University, I never asked, I never lobbied. I have never in my life lobbied for any position to help people. Never. People have seen it in me and come to me and ask me. So for example, when I ran in Roseau Central, at the time Norris Privo came and talked to me and said I'm the best person, I duck. I wasn't asked to go in politics because remember I was at the peak of my professional life. Peak of my professional life. So I said, no, this guy is better than me. Check this guy. Then they come back. I don't know if they check the guy, but you know, in politics, sometimes politicians have tricks. Come back to me and say, well, no, the word on the ground, you are the best man. So, I say, boy, but my father always used to say, no, not to win politics. I tell him why. He say, you're not yet ready. I say, but when I'll be ready? He say, when he die. You know? So, then I agreed. Because again, at the time, I wasn't thinking of politics in terms of just national politics. I was thinking that I from Roseau Central, and now I explain the Laku, how it was for me. And for all of us, it might be different perspective. But for me, I had a passion for Roseau. I still have that passion. And therefore, I said I think certain things should be done in Roseau. Some of it articulated by at the time, the Honorable Charles Savre. Some of it articulated by the Honorable at the time, Norris Prevost. And therefore, some of their vision I shared. And I had my own vision too. But as I say, people have to unite and work together. So I saw I could make a difference. So I accepted the challenge of running. But the first thing I did, I didn't just get excited and run. For example, remember I said I was running this project, the National Export Strategy. And at the time, Dr. Colin McIntyre was the minister. And every time my name went up, for renewal of contract, no stress. Although I was rolling neutral in the politics. So I remember, just to complete there, I remember I met the Honorable Prime Minister going up the elevator once, twice. And he said, hey, comrade, when you give me the support? I said to him, but comrade, I in development politics. All now you getting the support because I'm working for Dominica. So, not to cut a long story short, I went to Colin McIntyre to tell him, that's one of the first people. I went to him and I tell him, Doc, you were always there for me, but I want you to know that I'm going to run against you guys. I always a forefront, upright, straight person. I told him I'm going to run against you guys and I'm going to win. Then I remember, Cecil, I came to you because you were always a comrade. You brought me in the political thing through the same platform on Rosie Douglas in the African Liberation. So I came to you and I told you, hey, I'm going to run. And you tell me, boy, as a professional, why you want to do this? I say, because I think I can make a difference. And you said to me, but okay, let's put pen on paper. Yes, you're looking likely because I know you since you're small. I think you are a good candidate. You most likely can win, but I have to support my party. I will not say anything negative about you. But the question is, can your party win? And then we sat down together. I remember we sat down opposite Prevost Cinema Hall there. And we start going through constituency by constituency. And you tell me, but Isaac, but you're not seeing that all how you turn and twist, the numbers not looking good for United West Party. I don't think you should run, even if you can win. I say, no, I want to give it a try. Because I think I can make a difference in Roseau. Then I spoke to my mom. My mom said, hey, what are you in there about I'm a labor right? Why you... I say, well, Labour never check me, you know. I think I want to represent my city. That's where I'm from. I can make a difference. So that's Labour business. My philosophy is, I want to help Roseau people. And that was it. It's not me. I didn't push myself. I decided when people come that yes, it's true. After I talk and do everything, I say, okay, in reality, I can make a difference or true. And that's why I accepted it. So, to answer your question, I end up in the politics because I think I could have made a difference. I still think I'm making a difference because for all my life, after graduating from New Mexico State University, I graduated on the 18th of December, 1992. On the 19th of December, I was in Dominica. I went back to study at Georgia State University. Did my master's there. I graduated in August. By December, I was there. Back in Dominica, working for the OECS this time. So my heart has always been in Dominica. And remember, I told you what my philosophy is. My philosophy is we as black people, we are mixed Creole culture, but predominantly African descent. We have to understand where we come from, and we have to try, all of us, put our hand on deck to try to help to elevate the grandmother, elevate the young guy that have this sport potential that we know can play our part, elevate the person that have nobody in their family who had gone to university. I just got a little gift from a young lady. She held the gift for me since in January. Maybe close to over 1,000 people I help. At least somebody come. She brought a card and she brought a nice little drink for me. And it marked, I appreciate what you have done for me. Without you, it would not have been possible. Thank you. And I imagine I dug the gift. She held the gift for 6 months. I got it maybe 3 weeks ago. 6, maybe in September, 8 months. Because I'm not about me. I'm not about what I can get. I've never been about that. And Cecil, you know me. I'm your friend. I've never come and asked you, can I get a piece of banana, please?
Never.
Never.
It's about ideology. We speak about ideology. Things to do.
Yes.
Yes. How we go about doing it.
Yeah.
Even when you're on the other side.
Yeah.
Yes.
And guys, the interesting thing about this politics thing, and you didn't ask me, but I still want to volunteer that information. Because we're in politics. And I said it in different fora. I remember the Americans, they invite me to deliver on issue of democracy and in the region. I said one of the biggest challenge we have is politicians give politicians bad name. Politicians give the perception that politics is dirty. Politicians, while they're preaching transparency, they are not transparent.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, case in point. If you are the leader of a party, a political organization, but for some reason circumstances arose and you did not graduate from high school, don't you think that if you are transparent, that you should let people know that, especially people who are involved in a collective responsibility to be aware of that? Because they might have to defend it later. Then they finding out while they're on the campaign trail, something like that. Another thing is, and that's why sometimes I feel a little pain. First of all, in terms of remuneration, the speaker job, for example, in terms of remuneration, that remuneration is the remuneration I've gotten since when maybe I was 26, 27 years. So I'm contributing to my country. I was asked to serve. I'm serving. So I've never been about money. So what happened now? At the time, let me tell you what really happened, what had triggered the movement away from, and I don't want to call the name, but I have to call the name, the movement away from the United Workers' Party at the time. At the time, I attended the ceremony, remember the bridge opening?
Yes, that's the 1st of May, trying to remember the year. It was the 1st of May anyway.
Nice. When I attended the bridge opening, I was chastised by members of the executive and key supporters of the party. And when I went to management meeting, I explained to them, but how if I'm the PAL rep for Roseau Central, how do you expect me not to attend a significant investment like that? I said, but at the time my predecessor attended all ceremonies as the PAL rep. You know what they actually told me? And at the time, Edison James, he said, well, you take your decision, take your blues.
I mean, hold on. hold on. Adams, you heard what Mr. Isaac said?
I'm a very attentive listener, I'm listening to everything he's saying.
You're telling me that the executive of the organization of the party, as the parliamentary representative, I would remember that Norris Prevost himself, many times that he was invited to speak at functions that the government would have had within the Roseau Central constituency that he would have attended.
Yes.
You are saying to me that you were told by your executive that you should take your blows?
Yes, actually, they had a radio program, Blows on Me on the radio. So at that time, when I had the management meeting, I told them, I'm going to leave you guys. Because you see what? It is your baby, so keep your baby. Meaning that, the baby meaning that the political organization is theirs. And they're treating it as a tribal, geographic area belonging. And therefore I tell them, I will leave you guys. So I was very open and transparent and honest. And that is some of my disappointment with politicians and politics. Guys not rolling honest. I told them. Then I went further to a general council meeting, where in general council in all political parties is either the highest decision making or the second highest apart from a delegates conference. And I told them at the general council meeting that the organization, for it to survive, it need to do a 360-degree reorganization, which may include changing the leader. Well, at that time they get angry. They didn't want me to complete my intervention. And therefore, I told them then and there, I'm telling you guys a last time, that is your baby. And at the time I used some rough words, that I'm going to leave you guys. And I was very serious in my face.
I mean, you said that to the highest authority in
Yes,
the party?
I actually said that at a general council meeting.
Did anyone take you serious? Did anyone challenge you wanting to leave? Did anyone ask you if you leave? What would you do? Are you going to resign?
No, well, they tell me, cool down, take it easy, take it easy. And then that's where I wrote the leader, but I will not talk the details of that. Because I always a person that loyal and confidential. I wrote the leader and explained to him. So that was a whole year before I left them. On the basis, for example, every time I would ask them, what is the philosophy? Remember how I started, I tell you, in politics, you have to have a clear philosophy on what you believe. What is the philosophy of the party?
Yeah. Mr. Isaac.
Yes, sir.
I've been listening attentively. I mean, so interesting that I usually take my time and absorb. Was there a certain amount of phobia or fear in terms of leadership thinking that probably you're so highly educated and so highly experienced that you were trying probably to assume the role of leader of the party and persons within the party saw you as a threat?
I think so too. I think so. I think so. Because 1-2 members, without I ask them any question, they will tell me, hey, you young, take your time. I don't know what that means. So I remember I told a member once, Obama end up president 40-something. What you talking about? I young? How I young? Yeah, but I'm saying not to say I don't want to get involved in tribal and party politics. But that is one of my biggest disappointment with the politics. Where now you go and you try to damage my name and my reputation, saying that I leave you because of some financial reward. And calling me all kind of derogatory names. This is very, very dishonest and not transparent. Very.
Well, one of the things, as I roam around the city and around the suburbs, you know, people always tend to make aspersions. Mm-hmm. People said, quite a few of them, within and without, that they buy you. You were bought.
Yeah.
How do you react to that?
Well, first of all, when I did business law, for it to have a buy, it must have an offer, it must have an acceptance. If I join you based on principle that I think I like your philosophy, I like the political platform on which a political party stand for, what was the offer and what was the buy? So no, completely wrong, not for financial. What happened was, I was in an organization who was treating their members bad, taking their members for granted, did not want to move with the time and reorganize and reposition, and had no clear political philosophy and a platform to give them the opportunity to win. And therefore, the other side at the time had a political philosophy, and I explained to you what my political philosophy is, which is extremely same as the Labour Party, a social democratic type of platform of uplifting a poor man from where he is, whether through education, whether through business development, whether through what we can say, social work of caring for the elderly. These are the things. And another thing is, in politics all over the world is a selfless job. And it's a sacrifice. And therefore, your comrades have to have your back. Your comrades cannot be on radio trying to, every time somebody disagree or decide they have a different view to something, you're doing political assassination on their character and them.
Isaac,
Yes.
some Chiquito Thomas said that you're not telling the truth.
Who's Chiquito?
I don't know. On Facebook, I want to know exactly.
But what else that could be the truth?
I would like to tell me what is the truth.
No, Cecil, the first thing is, when we're talking about the truth, if somebody says something, you have to say, is that true or not true?
Yes.
So did I talk to management? Did I go to General Council meeting? Did I say what I just said there? Did I say it? And the question is, did I write the leader? So if these things are true, the question cannot be an attack on me. It have to be to ask them a question, not me. And I take blows I never defend. That first time I'm really talking like that. But I realize in a small island state like Dominica, if you never talk for yourself, the politicians, those dishonest ones, for example, did the person know, for example, I'll give you an example about transparency. I get all kind of blows about when I made a business decision to close an operation of an entire business I had, not the whole business, but a segment of it, because I had other plans. I get all kind of blows and all kind of criticism all on Q95. But meanwhile now, the leader of the party at the time and his wife created a restaurant in Kenfield that didn't even last 6 months. But he never talked about that. Is that not true too? If we're talking about transparency, if your platform is transparency, and people giving me blows on this and that, I close the operation. Meanwhile, my brand is on the market. But you start a restaurant invested in you and your wife, and it closed in less than 6 months. I'm not trying to criticize the person in regards to the business. That's not my issue. Because business can work, business can fail, you can navigate, you can change, you can do what you have to do. But the fundamental thing is the issue of transparency and honesty. That is what I'm talking about. So that is what. So again, because we're in a small island, all of us, we know each other. So I'm challenging them, any one of them. Like the same one that maybe say it on the chat. The question is, did I go to management meeting? Did I attend the Roseau Bridge opening?
Yes.
Two, did they have a Q95 program calling me crook and all kind of name after I attended the program?
You called Judas?
Nice. True. The question is, after all that happened, did I go to a management meeting? True. Did I tell them how I felt? True. Did they tell me what I said there? True. The question is, did I go to General Council meeting and tell them about 360 degrees reorganization and they wanted to stop the intervention?
You said that on your other radio station before you left.
Yes. That's what I talk about when I did the press conference. I talk about all the thing about the division and all these things. And
Someone just said that they love your sub. They love your sub very much. Nice. It's healthy and satisfying.
And hear that, they are giving me blows on certain things, for example, in the business matter. Meanwhile, now I have how much investment in Dominica. And here the dishonest thing again. While I was getting blows about the investment, I had never worked in the company we're talking about. I was never an employee in that company. My company I'm talking about, that I invested in.
And it is strange, even while I am speaking, because you don't have a phone that can show you the WhatsApp messages.
Yes.
Someone said, Gassa, attack Austria. He that say that your business
no, but not that. But you see, some people missing the point. If I'm with you, and I'm talking to the person who said that, so they can listen. If I'm with you as a comrade, remember I tell you about the Laku, we had each other back. If I lapse, Majosophin would beat me. That's why when something happened to Augustus up in Tarish Pit, when I end up minister, I make sure I set up his place in Tarish Pit. Because we always had each other back. So not to miss the point. When at the time Reginald Austria doing what he was doing, he was uninformed and it was wrong what he was doing. That's the point. And that's why me as the speaker now, I'm not going to allow anybody to come and bring down anybody in parliament. It was wrong. And I'm saying, if you think it was wrong, why would you now come and use it now when you were my comrade or you're supposed to be? But I tell you, they're not covering your back. So that is the point. It's not if it is true and who said it. The question is, did you believe that was right? And if it was wrong, why would you support it to try to bring down my integrity as a professional? And interestingly, I'd never worked in a company. It was an investment. How many people invest in Dutsi? How many people invest in insurance? How many people lose money? I made a decision as the chairman that operation not making sense. Let's redivert investment, for example, in Pokasi. And instead, those same guys that supporting it, they came to Pokasi and those places there to see the farm and eat and drink there. So they know what happened. But after I left them, they want to use it now against me.
So you mean to tell me, comrade?
Yes.
Comrade, that fellas are not easy in Dominica.
Yes, that's what I tell you about the politics.
You mean fellas ended up in your cottages in Port Cassie?
Yeah, eating and drinking. We eat and drink. We knock glass. And then instead you promote that, you're supporting something that is wrong.
By the way, how is the thing going on in Port Cassie? How is it getting on?
Boy, it coming good, I can tell you the name is Free Peaks.
What?
Free Peaks is the name.
From the grammar school thing, man? No,
the mountain in Creole, Tuapito, so Free Peaks. Oh, and by the way, again, when you politically expose, let me tell you, all how you try in life, but as I said, I've worked for everything, hard. Say clean, planting, doing everything. The project there is financed by one, all of the little money I made over the years, and NCCU and Aid Bank. You understand? So when I heard somebody told me they saw some paper somewhere, they said that I owe in everybody. Well, yes, I owe in Aid Bank and NCCU. That's the truth. Hard work. Bootstrapping. Making, when instead, for example, I have to have 5 pairs of shoes at the time, I buy one. What one man doing in 5 pairs of shoes?
Well, don't forget your discipline in terms of your business strategies and your experience over the years. And, you're applying it.
Yes, and also not just school. The discipline in the Laku. Because in the Laku, I tell you, if you cannot want to eat things and don't worry about tomorrow, just overeat. and in the process affect your health, and then tomorrow things are bad. So for me, it's about bootstrapping.
Well, comrade, I know, for instance, Cecil, and I just reminded the comrade, we had a discussion here with Dr. Peters last week. And, you know, fellas are listening to the discussion taking place. That's a very popular program. I would be surprised that tomorrow he come in for a lot of blows, eh?
Yes, but but you see, the thing about me is, I've always been, and Cecil, you know me long time, I've always been a straight shooter and very outspoken. I told you when I was going to run against the Labour Party, I went to tell Dr. Mack that. So how I can be ever a traitor? I am telling my opponent before I announce that I'm going to run against him,
So he
his
knows.
party, out of respect.
You told Cecil.
And I told Cecil, because Cecil is the one that brought me into the political realm when I was 17 years. Out of respect, he has always been a comrade. And I told him, when I say comrade's also a person that have your back.
Very interesting, very interesting.
A person that have your back. But if you're in a political organization
and you saying that, Isaac, it just drew to my attention, to my mind, that even when yourself and myself discuss you going into party politics, with my conversation with you, I was very clear politically that you are going for a political party, but I will not see myself going on a political platform and talk about you.
yes.
You know, and,
Yes.
and maintain that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It wasn't about whether you support workers or you support labor. It's about looking at the integrity of friendship.
Yeah. But Bryn, see what happened. You know, on the platform, I'm a passionate, papery platform man. One, you'd realize I never faced no lawsuit. One. Or threat of lawsuit. Number two, you realize that I was measured. I never talk any confidential stuff about the United Workers' Party. What I did was I took out their policy. And yes, I hit hard. But with a professional tone. I never try to sell out nothing I know. But it says a lot about me and my character. If when my friendship and yours, we have like a rocky road, I don't do that. But you choose to do that, to go on, let's say, for example, on a radio station, to assassinate my character. Which, again, that's what we have, our name. But what you do is try to assassinate my character, and all everybody that went to school with me, from boys' school, mixed school, to New Mexico, they'll tell you, no, Isaac is a hard worker, disciplined, and he'll make any sacrifice to achieve his goal. Not dishonest. Not disloyal.
Yes, just shifting gears a bit. Cecil, with your permission.
Go ahead.
In terms of your role, I understand your transition from one party to the next, and then your role now, because in the interest of time as well, your role now, how do you cut yourself between your business endeavors and your role as the Speaker of the House of Assembly? How do you see those rules?
Well, before he answers that, I just want to read something that someone
go ahead,
says. Well, Isaac, tomorrow they're going to be on your back. Make sure your back is like a crab back, like a crab back on. I'm waiting to hear tomorrow. River Street Passy, you never played to come out last. You are always at the front. Being first was your aim from small. I love you, sir. That's someone must come from River Street.
Well,
Yeah.
Let me put it to him.
Oh, but before I transgress and move to a different area,
Yeah.
I wanted to do something important.
Go ahead.
And I challenging if they want to tackle me, for example, on another radio station, I'm challenging them to play that part. I'm going to say no. In retrospect, I've evaluated my political trajectory thus far. I have no regrets in making the decision to affiliate at the time with the Labour Party philosophy and the platform. However, I think in retrospect, I made a little error, a big error, and I would like to apologize to the supporters who supported me. I think I made an error and bundled the supporters as part of the executive of the United Workers' Party. I want to now, since we are sober, no political activity taking place, to apologize to the supporters and to tell them that in retrospect, I think I would have maybe done that differently. A lot of you have met me and tell me you still love me, you still have support in your heart for me, and you wishing me the best. And now I come to understand the politics better as I get more wisdom. So that there, I think, was an error in retrospect, to bundle the executive with the supporters. With the supporters, you deserve, and you'll always have my respect, and I love you, and just understand that. And some of you who believe in my philosophy of social democracy, listen to what I say, and maybe you can follow whatever platform I follow also.
But I also want to say, though, as you're saying that, Mr. Isaac, that there are people who have left several parties. People have voted for them.
Okay.
I know the Dominican Labour Party in particular.
Okay. All right.
We had Stanford, Dr. Stanford,
Yeah.
who was sent by the Labour Party in Cuba to study medicine, came back as the first Kalinago brother, and then was asked, and he gave consent to run for the Labour Party. And he left the Labour Party and went to another party. Yeah. We know of Eden Jura, who was the parliamentary representative under the Labour Party. Under Labour Party, he won and left the Labour Party and went to the Freedom Party. And there was no animosity between the Labour Party and these individuals. Many of them are still communicating, like myself, still communicating to Eden Dura since then gone, but Dr. Stanford. So there should not be any hard feeling about those things.
But Cecil, I'm glad you said that, because hear what somebody told me. Somebody told me, one, Julius Timothy was the deputy leader and a founding member of the party. Yes. And he left them. And they did not attack him like that. Mm-hmm. The person told me, if after 5 years of leaving a party, the party is attacking you like that, this is not political, this is personal. This appears to be an envy, a jealousy, some kind of hate. And that's what I think.
No, Brain. Someone on Facebook is saying that we're trying to do a deflect from the issue of Domlek. But we are prepared to stay here tonight to talk about Domlek.
No, man.
I wouldn't put the speaker of the house into the issue of Domlek, but I want to make people understand that the LACO program has been on for over 2 years. All right, 2 years, and sometimes some things get me annoyed when people can talk foolishness. That the LACO program is there to allow people to have a greater understanding of the development of personalities. Yes. So we have had people who came here to say that the LACU, shitting from their paw to flushing the toilet to now having better education and now can contribute to the rest of the world. That is what the LACU program is able to do. And we're not looking at the issue of party politics. Yeah. Here it is, Joseph Isaac happened to be a political figure. Yeah. And by virtue of that, we must find ourselves asking him the political questions. Yes, and I ask him the political questions on the both sides of the fence. Yeah. So it's not a matter of being biased and trying to deflect the issue of Domlek. Mm-hmm. Domlek issue will be coming in our second part of our program.
Yeah. We're not deflecting. The thing about it, the whole LACO program is about evolving, you know.
And I just want to tell the person I am not upset. I am not upset.
Yeah, don't be upset.
I want to tell the person I am not upset. It's just that sometimes some things are more or less passionate to me. And in this case, just the statement that you made is so wrong to make that statement. Is not. I'm not upset. I'm so passionate in terms of delivering the information to you.
We're in the LACU program. Let's still focus on
and we stay focused
program.
on that. Yes.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Yeah. I tell you, focus on what the LACU taught me.
But he made a very
Focus.
significant point in terms that the deputy leader of the party, Mr. Julius Timothy, I wish him all the best. He's not all that well, but I wish him all the best.
Yeah, me too.
And so he himself has migrated from one party to the next.
Yeah.
And I understood, I don't know how true it is, he migrated back.
Yes.
So I don't know, people can move from one party to the next. And who knows, maybe another time.
Well, we have seen in the great democracy of the United States where people leave the Republic Party and go to Democratic.
Yes.
We have heard Donald Trump said that he was a Democrat.
Yeah.
And he became the president under the Republican Party.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it will continue. We have seen in the great British system where people have moved from one party to the other. In Africa, most recently we heard of an overthrow in a particular African country where the guy was actually working in the president.
Yes.
The president was there the family of the president have been there for about 50 years, 5 decades. And so you find that people change allegiance and change ideology as we go along.
As you said in this discussion, politics is a dynamic and fluid thing.
It's a dynamic thing, but remember what I also said. I said that you as a person, maybe not the populace, but you as a political leader, whether at the constituency level, or at a polling area level, or at the national level, you have to have a philosophy. What do you believe in? I spoke about it in regards to policy. And if, for example, your philosophy and my philosophy politically not meshing, why should I stay with you? To me, that's hypocrisy. That is why I said, for example, and I want to touch on it now, in terms of philosophy. And I said about the unity of black people. If, for example, the CBI program is being run by one administration, bearing in mind that same CBI program have cut across all the different major political administrations. And instead now you say you don't like how certain things are running. Instead, you want to bring down your entire country image. That's what I'm talking about, the disunity. That's why slavery lasts for 300-400 years. There is no way you could enslave a nation if the entire nation is united. The reason why African people were enslaved for 300-400 years is because you never had unity. This thing about coming and blame the man, the perpetrator, and say, well, is he alone you want to blame? You must take some of the blame. Because even today, my argument has been that politics is not no nice boy thing, you know. Politics is a competitive matter. So it must have a winner, it must have a loser. But we have to agree to disagree and debate on the issues.
And I was just saying that someone just sent me a WhatsApp message to say, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for sharing and helping the listening audience better understand the reasons for your decision in moving from left to right. I thought otherwise until I heard your revelation tonight, and how sad and embarrassing it is for your colleagues on the other side of the fence. Congratulations on your achievement and all the best going forward. That's from someone who sent me a WhatsApp message.
No. Well, I don't want to talk too much on that because I wanted to enlighten people. Because you see, we're in a small island. If you're not defending yourself, you take patience. Huh? And people spreading information that's wrong and false. Somebody have to talk. And therefore, to continue my trend of thought. So I am saying, with this unity, any country, any nation will just be floating. But in every country you must have politics and competition. So why, for example, if you disagree, for example, I disagree with Roosevelt Skerrit on something, the Honorable Prime Minister, and let's say I'm on the other side, I cannot respectfully tell him I disagree. Why I cannot make an argument and say, okay, the CBI should be run so, and not so. But not come and give the world the impression that your country is in the business of doing some illegal transaction in your major revenue stream area. And we forget now the banana industry was affected by the Americans pushing the cube under the WTO. And between Black Sikatoga and the American movement in the WTO, the banana industry was decimated in the Windward Islands. And that is why I've been so strong on the matter of we have to be careful what we say, where we say it. It doesn't mean that you cannot say something if you're reasoning with your partner how you want. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is when you come on a national platform, you have to be careful what you say about your country. Especially as a black African descent Creole culture. You cannot do that to yourself. Because while you think, for example, a person of the different ethnic background clapping you and saying, yeah, good guy, he's saying, see them fight among themselves.
This phone has been ringing all
Yes.
night, and
Yeah.
I didn't want to break your trend, but I decided to do that now. Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Hi, good evening.
Good
And
evening.
I'm glad
Good
you
evening, good
interrupted
evening.
it. I'm glad you interrupted.
Oh, that's your brother, man, Isaac.
Oh, yes. Eddie, that's you.
Yeah, that's me. You're saying what you gotta say, my brother.
Yes, man.
Nobody gonna stop you from saying what you gotta say.
Yeah. And you know the how you call it, competitive spirit in the family. So I'm not
Yes.
afraid of anybody. I'm always talking the truth. And remember when I was young, I would challenge you even as my big brother. You know?
Stand firm.
Yeah,
Stand
so that's
firm.
me.
You're doing a good job.
And I've always been honest. Always been. So when I talk the truth. Never lie.
Mr. Very good. Mr. Brain, are you listening to him?
Yeah, that's my big brother there.
I like that. Thank you.
All right, you all
yes.
enjoy. I'm listening to your program. It's a good program. Very good. Very
you.
good show.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. Yes, yes, Isaac. That's
Yes.
your brother calling in there. Again, to quite a lot of messages actually coming through the social media and platform. Mr. Isaac is a serious man. They have to deal with you for them to know you. Keep striving, sir. You are making us proud from River Street. Straightforward man. Well, that must be a River Street passing. I'm saying that to you. Mr.
Yeah.
Isaac.
Oh, by the way, I want to big up my River Street crew. You know, all my guys there. You know, we go a long way. You know, and I mean, it's a brotherhood we have. My guys there in Great Marlborough Street, and I don't know if Lisha, John, my goalkeeper partner there from Kennedy Avenue, listening. You know, and Gota Rat, all the guys there. I know Papi every time when Papi come to Dominica from Guadeloupe. That is young Papi. Although he's with his father, I grew up. But he always touch base with me, you know. So I just want to big up all the boys on the block, you know, me and them, all of them. They were there for me, you know, and I tried my best to help and facilitate, you know. As again, philosophy again. I don't think it's me, you know. Jah have to work for somebody to help somebody. And there's you cannot do everything. You can do your best. And sometimes you might not achieve 100%, but if you achieve 90%, then maybe the 10% might be disappointed. But at least you know in your conscience you have helped 90%, you know. And I'm alive, I'll still keep helping and trying to help people.
Someone else in the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller. Good evening once. Good evening twice. Good evening 3 times. I'm sorry about that call. You have to call me back. Sorry about that. No, Isaac. Let's go now. Okay, let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Yes, I would like to say good evening to Mr. and all the with you. And to you, Mr.
Good evening to you, caller. Can you lower the volume of your device, please? Because getting a feedback that's not really going good into my ears. You have me now, caller? Caller? Hello? I'm not so sure what's wrong with this caller. Yes, Isaac.
Yes.
You are now the Speaker of the House.
Yeah.
While growing up in the Laku, you ever felt that you would have found yourself a speaker, even when Alex Boyd Knight was Speaker of the House and you were in Parliament? Did you ever thought that you'd have ever been a speaker?
No,
That
no.
magnitude?
That was the furthest thing on my mind. You know, as I told you, when I was younger, I know I wanted to be a professional footballer and a medical doctor, but I changed my mind. Other than that, every other thing like being in business, I never thought of that. I thought I'd be an engineer working for some multinational. I never thought I'd be in politics. Far less for even being speaker. That was the last thing on my mind. As a matter of fact, when the Prime Minister mentioned that to me the first time, I remember clearly that I didn't talk for a while. But his personality, I figure, he always a personality that like to observe. So he stayed quiet too. But I had to go through some deep thinking. And what I had to ask myself, if I become the speaker, will I be able to maintain my level of objectivity? And when I said to myself, yes. And then if you'd look at my rulings, you'd see in situations where I've asked even ministers of government to withdraw statements because I think that this statement was not good and it was imputed improper motive. So I didn't expect to be speaker, but only God knows what is in store for us, you know. So for me, anytime I'm given a challenge, I take it on and I do my best. I stay focused and I do my best, and I always try to do things with respect, you know, with respect. And another thing, remember I told you less people can wait to sell tet. So I reason with my other speaker colleagues in the region, so I have a good rapport with them. So for example, again, I never asked to be, for example, on a board, they call it Caribbean Parliamentary Association, CPA. I never asked to be on it. Some people recommended me. America, board. Parliament of Americas. Colleagues actually recommended that I be on the board of parliamentary speakers in the America that is Americas. I didn't ask. I never lobby. I've never ever lobbied to be a leader in anything. People have always asked me. As I said, you go to primary school, they want you to be class monitor, not me. I never asked a friend to ask another one. So that speaker position, I never thought I would be a speaker of the house. But I accept it with humility. And I ask God to give me the patience, the wisdom to be able to execute that job without fear or favor. Every time I try to do the job, for example, I'm doing a job, I always bear in mind the rules. But as a practical person, sometimes you have to have some flexibility. But then the job is a job where each side has expectation. So the minority side has expectation and the majority side has expectation. So the only thing that can put you on the straight and narrow is the rules.
Let me ask you to track back. You made a statement some years ago when you were on the opposition side. You said Skerrit must go.
Mm-hmm.
When you get to know who Skerrit was, did you had any regrets of making that statement of Skerrit must go? Or what do you come to understand much more of Skerrit to show a great appreciation of the person that Skerrit is?
Okay, first of all, generally I don't regret things. So I don't have regret in what I say. The past is the past, but you have to reflect on the past. And every statement that you make has to have a context. If at the time, for example, and you have to remember the context, at the time we were pushing something on electoral reform, and at the time I got charged. So my perspective was he had a hand in it. So I responded on that basis. So that's why I say everything must have a context. Now, remember I told you earlier, and I'm going to answer the question completely just now. Remember I said earlier, that's where my disappointment is about politicians and politics. See what has happened. When I said the Skerrit must go, they will take my statements out of context, one. I'm going to talk about something that I remember clearly. I said, for example, that we should not have the CBI as our engine of growth.
You want to hold that for a while,
Yeah.
quickly? Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Cecil.
Good evening to you, sir.
Mr. Isaac, how are you?
I'm good enough, sir. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. I just want to say, you see, you, Isaac, is a politician and a person that many people should emulate in Dominica. And regardless, I respect you. Cecil, you know, there was a time where Mr. Isaac get to know is me that is Kokom. And Mr. Land behind me at the back where you working, he tell me, oh, it's you that does the only radio talking that nonsense about Skerrit there. And boy, I tell you, Mr. I was serious. But you know, I myself is a strong man. I stood. And today, for me to see Isaac serving the Labour Party, serving the government with great respect and honor, I am telling you straight, I respect this man. And as he said, let bye-bye, go bye, man. Some of us in Dominica, we holding things, you know, hard because that one there doesn't support our party. We hate that one leave UWP, come to Labour, that one leave Labour, go to UWP as though is a thing. That's a thing of the past. We always think that. And people like Isaac, I respect Isaac because I could remember, boy, this man come down on me like a raging us boy. He gets see the same Isaac. But
Yeah.
God for those things, yeah, man. God give us life. God give us, we have to forgive and forget. We have to remember. We have to just enjoy yourself. And Isaac, I'm telling you, you have to go a long way because you are a very strong person. And I think that your future means a lot to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank
caller.
you, caller. Thank you, caller.
Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Hello.
Evening.
Yes, I'm not saying good evening to Mr. Speaker
Yes, sir.
and to all the listeners of DBS Radio at this time.
Thank you.
I'm listening from Florida.
Thank you,
A
sir.
very interesting program this evening.
Thank you so very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes. Yes, Isaac. You were talking about the
Yeah. So
CBI.
so here it is, for example, when I spoke about the CBI. And remember I made a ruling in the House. But again, politicians with their dishonesty, they replay a program where I on a political platform, where on a political platform you're energizing your crowd and your context is completely different. In the house you have rules where you have to follow the rules. Now if you're on a platform, you can say certain things and spin certain things because it's politics. You are trying to energize your people to see a point of view. I still think that, for example, our economy, and I think the government is already going in the direction which I was talking about. For example, investing significantly in the geothermal. The government is investing in the tourism sector. That is what I was advocating. Now, in regards to getting to know the Prime Minister, let's talk about the context. Politics is politics and people must treat politics as politics. If, for example, you are a person in a competition, you have to make people see your point of view is better. Now I get closer and I know the Prime Minister. I can compare. One, and my mother said, you cannot say good, don't say bad. So I'm going to focus on the good. So let's talk about Skerrit. Gotten to know him in a political context, gotten to know him as a comrade, and gotten to know him as a friend. And I separate all those interactions. I've seen him as a Prime Minister operate because remember I was in cabinet.
You see him also operated as Prime Minister in House of Assembly.
Yes. And also as a political leader of a party because I ran for his party or for the party he leads. So I correcting that, not his party, the party he leads. Because the Labour Party is all a collective for all labour rights. And no one is more important within the labour organization. Or no one is more important in the United Workers' Party organization. Or if people, well, Papi are this party. A party is a party of all people. So I've known him in the different contexts. And let me just say, as a Prime Minister, I see he's decisive. I see he has made, and I've been genuine, he has made some innovative moves. Everything had to be in retrospect. You judge a person not after they die to come and say nice things. The move with China was brilliant. The articulation of the vision for Dominica about building resilience, first climate resilient country in the world, brilliant. I talk about as a Prime Minister.
Would you have said that in Parliament if you were in the opposition?
No, I have said certain things like that, but remember, I'm your opponent. So I will say, well, yes, in the budget, there are some good things in it, I agree, but where my share for Roseau Central? My issue in Parliament when I'm in the opposition is not to big up and tell you how nice your budget is, but I have to be fair as a professional. So I would say, yes, there are some positive things in it. And that's when, remember, I turn the coin and say, I support 90%. That's when people start saying they support a certain percentage. You understand? So, there as a Prime Minister, I've seen him also operate as a political leader, where you can see he is decisive again, he is visionary, and not that, he has the touch of the people. In touch, he can feel the pulse. And he's a comrade of all his colleagues. For example, some former labor rights or people within the party have said negative things about him and about the party and all that. I never see him come on DBS, on Kyrie, and hitting man blows and trying to bring down people's name. Instead, I heard him say he rather say nothing. Let's talk about him as a friend. I've seen him as a friend. I have an investment, for example, in IROC. He would say, hey, I want to buy some pizza. I've seen him as a friend, for example, if he think I had a hard day.
You talk about the pizza. What are you trying to tell me? Because I know IROC has been existing for some time.
Yeah, IROC.
What are you saying to me in reference to your colleagues when you're on the other side?
IROC is going through like a 20th, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But for example, there are some people, I would say they are really, you're part of organization with them, but they are not really your friend. A friend and a comrade is looking out for you. There are some, for example, there are some people that when I was affiliated with them, they would be passing by IROC and pass on the other side of the road. They wouldn't even look at the building. And IROC staff would say, hey, what happened? That particular person passed there straight. Never even say hello, never even look at the place. But I was making a point. But that person there, that Roosevelt Skerrit, would show empathy. If he think you may be going for a rough time, he'll call you. Hey, how you doing, comrade? Oh, everything good? How are the children? How things going? So, yes, we were opponents. But the question is, remember in Laku, you can disagree to agree and disagree to agree on any matter. You cannot. So in essence, if I'm there and you ask me, what do you think of the man? I'll say he's a good man. I would say he's not perfect. But now I know him, he's a good man. But that does not mean we cannot disagree politically on a particular policy. So the question is, if there are 30 different policies and you disagree on 2, do you end up the person enemy? Do you end up disrespectful to the person? When, as I said, everything is context. If you are in one situation, you see a thing a certain way.
Let me ask you, were you one of the opposition who would have given Madam Speaker Alex Boyd Knight problems?
No. I never had problem with her. Only once I remember when at the time Honorable Reginald Austria saying something that my members were checking no not to say that, so I get up and I was forceful.
The issue of the bakery.
Yeah. Because I think, to be honest with you, I think it was getting involved in personality and it was not correlated to the debate. And it was wrong.
You asked the speaker to ask him to take it back?
I think we said something like that, and but as I said, the past, but I think it was wrong, and that's the only matter. Really, it had a little rough time there because I was standing up for myself. I from Nilaku. You understand me? But all the time I was laughing, I was making joke out of it. But I find enough is enough. They have nothing to do with the debate. You understand? So, but I think it was wrong. You understand? But me and him now, we good. Because as I said, I never, from my mom and my dad, I learned not to carry no heavy weight on my back of grudge and envy. Never. I'm a person, I forgive people, I move on. And also, the respect again. You have to understand political context. When I spoke to Reggie, you know what Reggie told me? Reggie said, but brother man, boy, sorry, boy, let me tell you that. You were so deadly, my brother, in that parliament and on that political platform. I had to get something to eat your blast. So I understand that that's politics. But the worst thing is when your opponent is saying something about you and the person who is supposed to be your brother or your comrade is trying to use it against you. That means he was always envious and grudgeful in regards to you.
Now, when you became speaker, tell me some of the setbacks that you'd have had with the opposition. Yeah,
I think it came about because of the baggage. Because remember, I tell you, when I decided to take the job, I had to say in my heart and think deep in my heart, can I be objective? And I know based on my personality, I can be objective. You understand? But they could never feel they could be objective. So they always feel that I would not be objective. Because they themselves feel that they themselves would not be objective. And therefore they judge me by their own standard. And they could not see when I was even trying to help them. There are many times when they were imputing improper motive and I could stop them, but because of their flow, I let them continue. But they could not even see that.
I know that you made a statement some time ago in Parliament. I'm not so sure if it's the 10th Parliament, when you made mention of the CBI program. And you articulated the point very clearly to the opponents to make them understand that the CBI program is not a issue of selling passport. Give me a greater clarification as you are here now, because in Parliament you may find yourself subjected to certain things.
Yeah. Okay, Cecil. First of all, in Parliament, you cannot cast aspersion on a particular person, on institution or anything doing something illegal. So I cannot come in Parliament and say John Brown is stealing. That is illegal. He cannot be stealing. Stealing, if he's stealing, it is illegal. Unless that is the debate about. So my argument or my point was, sale of passport is an illegal activity. And therefore, a member should not come in the house to say that the state is involved in an illegal activity. And my point was, there is a CBI program, an investment program, just like the US have its investment program or other places have their investment program. And therefore, we should not be saying that. That don't mean if you're in your private conversation, you can say what you want. It's a democracy. But you cannot come in the highest court of the land, the house, to be announcing to the world that your country is selling passport, which is an illegal activity. And that, to me, is the centerpiece of where I spoke about the issue of unity in a country. And I was saying that if, and now I can clarify, if a program is your main revenue source, every Dominican, including the opposition, the church, the businessmen, everybody should come in one voice defending the program. However, people can debate on how it has been done. But you cannot say that your country is doing something that is illegal, but not saying that other people are doing it illegal. And you cannot also, when you had the program in 1990, before in Eugenia Charles' time,
1985?
No, not 85. Maybe it started in 85.
Yes, thereabout.
Yeah, thereabout. So in Eugenia time, we had the program. Then United Workers Party came.
It's called economic citizenship.
Nice. Then United Workers Party came. They said they had an issue with it. They changed it to re-engineered program. But it's the same citizenship program. And then Labour Party came. But yeah, my point is, why is it that when Eugenia Charles had it, and when workers had it, we were not saying he's selling a passport? And why now we saying he's selling a passport? And therefore I'm saying, and I'm appealing to all of us conscious Dominicans. Let's have the narrative and the words properly. We are not selling passport. We have a investment program. And therefore, we should have our language proper, lest we spread the wrong terminology.
Like the United States would say, they have the B5 program. In England, they have the economics program. And within that,
you
are liable to purchase whatever property that you want
to
invest.
An investment.
An investment. And all of that investment, if you so wish, based on the quantum that you spend, if you so wish to become a citizen of the country, you make that application.
Well, first of all, you make an application to be naturalized.
Right.
Naturalized.
Good point.
So now, remember, there are many Dominicans who are citizens that don't have a passport. So the question is, if when you go, for example, to let's say to the police immigration thing, and you pay, you as a Dominican pay to get your passport, are you buying a passport? The answer is no. You are citizen by birth, and a person can be citizen through naturalization. And therefore, after they are naturalized, they can decide, okay, yeah, all right, I need my passport now. The difference with the US is the timing. Dominica have a shorter time. You understand? Dominica have a shorter time. But the principle is the same. So therefore, we can debate on the issue of the timing. We can debate in the issue of the process. We can debate on the issue of due diligence. We can debate that. But we cannot be sending a message that we're doing something that is illegal internationally. And that was my point.
Which is wrong.
It is wrong.
It is wrong.
You cannot do that. And not that.
Well, because what they say basically is Dominica appears to be selling passports. But if you go to the court and you say, I appear to be a thief, that doesn't make me a thief. You're using that statement just to send a message to people to say that I am.
I want us to change the language. The point is we are a nation.
Change the language.
Yeah. If for example, if you're in your bedroom talking, you can say what you want. But how you expect to come on a national platform, your parliament, and say that? When a man on a political platform, man excited, tongue slip, you say wrong thing, man can excuse that. Because nobody, remember, on a political platform, they say the MC not going to come and tell you, hey, correct what you say. No, you speak on the political platform, your time pass, you move on. You maybe go back and say, oops, boy, that's what I say now, boy. Something come out. All politicians or public speakers at one time have made a mistake. You understand? When they on a platform speaking. But nobody can interject and correct them at the time. Whereas in Parliament, you have a presiding officer who can correct you and tell you, oh, not to say that, not to say this, not to say that. You understand? Even on a radio program, when you have a radio program and callers calling, if a caller is saying something are going to expose the radio station to a lawsuit, you'll say, no, you cannot say that, let's correct that. And that's all I have done. That's all. But no, they want to leave the narrative as that, and therefore blows on my name. Not on me, but blows on my name. But I have to challenge and defend my name, and challenge anybody that want to say things that I know is incorrect.
Let me ask you, because I said I would have asked, because I'm going to have Mr. President Savre, when he's no longer president, to sit in the same chair that you're sitting.
Yes.
And the question I said I would have asked, one of the first questions I would have asked is, let people have a greater understanding when you hear the 10th Parliament of the first sitting.
But before he goes that, let's just keep. Let me just see what I'm reading in the newspapers,
yes,
to link up with what you say. It is notified for general information that the 5th meeting of the first session of the 11th Parliament under the 1978 Commonwealth of Dominic Constitution will be held at the House of Assembly, Victoria Street, Roseau, on Wednesday, the 27th of September, 2023 at 10 a.m.
So let's go back to the first part I remember. One, they talk about the laws. So the Constitution, they quoted in 1978. Then the 11th Parliament would be, if you check independence, how many parliaments that happened so far. And then on that 11th, we have to check how many sessions that passed for the year. And then the date. You get it there?
Okay.
Yes.
Nice.
But 11th, if you say the 11th Parliament,
yeah,
we have been a political independent.
So we had 11
for 44 years.
Yeah.
So you're now saying that we are at the 11th meeting.
Yeah. Since independence. Yeah. 11th administration, yes, or swearing in.
Swearing in. That's important.
Yeah, swearing in.
That's what I wanted to do.
That's the main thing.
Let me push it again. So what would normally take place on Wednesday, the 27th of September, 2023 at 10 a.m.? and that is by your clerk of the House of Assembly, who put that notice in the Dominica Chronicle. What will be tried? Do you have an agenda there? Is the agenda, or what's?
Yes, but remember we announced in the last meeting what happened, because the opposition leader and the prime minister could not agree on the choice or the nomination of the prime minister. They could not agree
president.
Of the president. Yeah, the nomination of the president by the prime minister. The opposition leader did not agree. Therefore, we had 14 days in which the opposition leader have an opportunity to present an alternative view. And therefore, that's the 27th when we meet, we're going to deal with just that matter.
So will the president be elected on that day?
Yes, that's the election of the president.
That's the last date.
Yeah, that is it.
On the 27th of September,
that's
the last date.
That's it, yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask another question. When they're voting, is it elected members of parliament that votes, or the entire house votes on the person?
The house votes.
Senators included?
Yeah, the house vote, yeah.
Is it going to be done by secret ballot?
Yeah, normally secret ballot.
Okay. It would be, would I say, mockery if on the 27th that the opposition leader would give us the same nominee
Well, she
as
said,
that of the prime minister.
In the papers that I'm reading, opposition takes back seat on joint president nominee. She's saying that in general, I cannot read all because of time. That she was not happy with the manner in which it was done. It's not that she doesn't support the lady. She's saying that in the Chronicle of, let me tell you what date so we get all our references right. It is Friday the 15th of September 2023 at the back page. Opposition takes back seat on joint presidential nominee. So I don't know what she's going to do.
Yeah, well, I can't really comment on that.
So she can't comment. So
no.
I'm just for Cecil.
Yeah, as the chairman, I cannot really comment.
And I
prefer
we move away from it.
I prefer not discuss that matter.
Yeah.
Because
so that's for us to deal with. Not
when he goes.
As a matter of fact, I'm not a person. I would not really discuss any major detail in either the 10th Parliament in which I was the chairman or now the 11th Parliament. And far less so one that have not happened. Okay, because I'm really the servant of the parliament,
yes.
And therefore I take my lead from what the parliament says.
Do you believe, in reference to the standing orders, that parliamentarians have gotten it clear, or that they sometimes can play games with words?
Well, I won't say they can play games with words. I mean, is a continuous process. No one parliamentarian will ever know the rules or all the rules perfectly. As you go, you evolve, you learn more. I would say it is up to them to be able to maneuver around the standing orders. Nothing wrong with this. You have to know the rules, and you can maneuver. You can do what you have to do since you are within the rules.
For a very long time, I have a serious problem with Parliament in reference to the Creole language.
Yeah.
In St. Lucia, we know it is accepted. I'm surprised that Madam Speaker, who has been very well articulate in the issues of the Parliament, that she did not bring that into the House as a rule. Do you have any intention, Mr. Speaker, for making Creole accepted in Parliament rather than asking people to translate?
Well, again, within the standing orders, we can go through the standing orders and submit a proposal to the House. But again, the members, although I'm the chairman of the standing orders committee, it is really the members. I can make a proposal. I think the Prime Minister have said in principle that he agrees and he supports, and other members, people like Honorable Vincent Nelson, have said the same. So at the end of the day, we to just move on it and just do what we have to do.
What's holding it back?
Well, it's just to meet, so we'll have to meet. But again, in the order of priority of all things, I guess we have not dealt with it decisively.
I think, Mr. Issac, I like people would say in reference to the electoral reform.
Yeah.
I would not want to see a next Parliament.
Yeah. Like the 12.
The 12th Parliament, and we have
Yes.
not accepted speaking or accepting Creole. I realize one or two times people have said a few Creole words and you don't ask them to.
Yeah. Sometimes it slipped me because sometimes you say, because I can understand it so well, sometimes it slipped me. But there, I also tell them to translate.
Yeah.
So I think it's something we should move on. I think we should move on it.
Yes.
I hear you mentioned about electoral reform.
Yeah, so that's the last part of the interview, Mr. Isaac. In reference to electoral reform, I have not heard like the same thing we asked last week to Mr. Peters. We have not, fortunately or unfortunately, we have not heard the speaker's view on electoral reform.
But can he comment?
I think he's a
Dominican. I can comment. You see,
because he's a Dominican.
Yeah, you see, Braden. That's why I say is what you say. You understand? You can always comment. In terms of electoral reform, I think it has been a point of contention over the years. So I think it's something that is welcome. I think we should deal with it, get it done with, and we can move. We are aware, all of us should be aware by now, what are the major points of contention. I've heard and listened to all the consultations and listened to people, even not in the formal consultation. So the issues, therefore, is really about one, whether we should have a national ID card or we should have a voter's ID card, one. The issue is another one is about re-registration and confirmation, and the question is where do you reconfirm and where do you reaffirm? That's where it is in terms of location. Is it in Dominica? Is it overseas? The question is voter ID card. Is it just a voter ID card or a national ID card? So that's where the discussion is so far. Generally, there are other major issues that other people talk about, but as I said, I don't want to regurgitate what people say, but these are some of the two major issues I've seen coming when I listen to all the different speakers. There are other issues, for example, whether a citizen should carte blanche never be removed from the voters list, and the issue is what do we mean by residency or domicile. These are some of the issues. For me, I'll just be a listener and to chair the meeting when it comes to Parliament. I reach a stage where, although as a citizen I have my personal opinion, but as a professional I've put almost a neutral feeling towards the discuss, because I think as the Speaker of the House I should take that posture, so that's my posture for at this point in time, a neutral professional posture, and to really just preside over the debate, and the will of the people will guide us. But as I said, this is a welcome matter, and I've said it. I said before we close that section, because people say they're not hearing my voice. I've said, as a Dominican and as a member of Parliament, because the Speaker is also a member of Parliament, there are three major things I think we can deal with and agree on and move on. One, the international airport. Two, the issue of electoral reform. And three, the geothermal project. We can debate in terms of the housing, how the policies should be. Some policies are already in place, but we can finalize certain things. But these are some of the major things, and the final one, the health issue and the health policy, how we rolling on those things. Sport have it way, that's where my passion is. I'll always be there to help young people in regards to sports and to do some intervention where I can to help, But I think this is where it is for me in terms of my passion. I think one, the geothermal, we have to, as a country, we need to come together and support it, push it, and get it done. The international airport, we should push it, focus, get it done. But as I said, you cannot want to buy 10 pairs of shoes if you can only afford one or two. So we as a country, as a people, have to decide where the sacrifice is supposed to be made and where the priorities should be. I am proposing that the international airport, the geothermal project, these are two major national projects that all Dominicans should rally over. And also, we should come together to ensure that the CBI program is protected, and we get the best outcome out of it. Even while we debate in Dominica the nuts and bolts of how it should be done. That's my take.
Yeah. One other thing, I found you very good on the issue of your professionalism.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to challenge you here in terms of your benchmarking, in terms of equipment, in terms of the processes. And I think your intervention, even if you're a speaker, but I think you could give some advice in terms of the what I call the situation as is being dealt with in terms of our energy supply, which is Domlec.
Yeah.
And your quality when you were telling me all what you were doing in terms of going through the Caribbean and benchmarking their equipment in terms of its viability, in terms of its cost. I think not only the St. Lucian should be involved with it, but I think a man of your expertise should also delve and give some advice on that.
Well, yes, I spoke about total productive maintenance, but I think the chairman of Domlec, which my former boss, Patrick Pemberton, would be fully aware of those matters there. For now, he's back and use most of my knowledge in some of the ventures that I'm involved with. The farm in Pokasi, the Free Picks project I mentioned coming soon on stream, and then about IROC, so I try to stay focused on that for now. In terms of Domlec, I think there are some things and room for improvement. I listened to the press conference. I think there are things they need to do. Members of the board need to get together and deal with it, management, and to decide what kind of the strategy and how we're going to. I think they need to have an information session for the public, because if Domlec is facing some challenges in regards to the capacity right now, I think what the public also need to play a part now in terms of management of energy usage. This thing is not a blame game. You understand? We are a country, and therefore if one leg is broken, we cannot stand up. So I think what we should do, I think the Domlec CEO have been very transparent and honest. I think the next step there would be to sit on the board, and the CEO and management need to sit down to have also a communication strategy with the public on how really and truly we should manage the usage of electricity right now, as they are trying to I would say implement a program that would alleviate the pain of the public. At the end of the day, we are here to serve the public, whether you are Domlec, whether we Parliament, whether you are Pal Rep, whether you are doctor in the country. We always have to see how we communicate, what we say, what we don't say, and to make sure we are very transparent so people get the proper information and not the wrong information, and create panic and blame. I think that's what we have to do. But in regards to my technical background, I think Mr. Pemberton is well placed to be able to guide and to tell the board, or guide the board and management, and also they have their technical and engineering people who will be well versed in total productive maintenance and other project management tools that would be able to help Domlec implement what it has to implement. That's what I would want to say on that.
Okay, someone said excellent conversation, mature and professional. What do you think of the program LACU, Isaac?
I think it should continue. I think it's an excellent program. First of all, I would like to thank you and the listening public also, as those who interacted. One or two who tried to challenge me. I hope I helped them in really understanding and getting some of the truth. Also, for some of the people who have not heard me for a very long time, I appreciate the fact that you were listening tonight. And I think that program is a program that should stay on board, and you can always tap on the different people from Roseau. I think the LACU program should not necessarily stay in Roseau. You can have LACU West Coast, LACU Posse or LACU North, you understand? And really expand it, because it's a program where we're trying to connect to our cultural heritage of the past and what had made us a people. And also, you need to also make people see the value in certain strong things you had. So some things we want to preserve, some things we need to change, things can't stay the same. But we need to know what happened, what inspired people. You understand? And I mean, I didn't say that, but I would like to say, especially young people listening. Because fundamentally, people like us, we are a certain age. So not that we die, we not yet die yet, but all what we are doing is for the young people. I want to tell you young people from Roseau Central, from Portsmouth, from those urban areas, that, and even Dominica in general, in life, you have many choices. But you have to remain focused. You have to always remember, it's not just about, let's say, money or material things. You have to always be your neighbor's keeper. Be selfless. And also, always work hard for what you want. Work hard for what you want. But always prioritize, make sacrifices. And I would end by saying, the most important thing, as the Bible says, love your neighbor as yourself. And I would add, always have respect.
Well, thank you, Mr. Issac. It was a pleasure having you here, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking forward to the send-off of Speaker Emeritus. I want to extend my condolences to you, Mr. Speaker, because I know she played a very important role in your nurturing, and so I don't know, Cecil, what your final words are.
I just want to take a final call. There, someone's on the line. Let's take a final call. Good evening to you, caller.
Hi. Good night, gentlemen.
Oh my God!
I'm listening. I will not. And no, I lie down and I listen to Isaac from the beginning till now. And I just said, boy, let me get up and give him a call to say I'm listening. Okay, Isaac?
Yes, madam.
Well spoken. You know, you and I have a joke between us.
Yeah, we go a long way.
I said he was my neighbor.
One from River Street, one from Riverbank.
No, not River Street and Riverbank. He was my neighbor.
You see the country small.
So Vado, you got the first girlfriend for him, man.
He had a girlfriend in Stockholm. He was my neighbor. That's all I got to say. You want me to put out the money?
Don't disclose it.
Speaker, please, no safety. I just come to say I'm listening.
Because your neighbor, I thought it's River Street or Riverbank.
I love your neighbor as yourself. You heard what I said. Love your neighbor as yourself.
I agree with you.
Right, and Isaac know I love him.
Yeah, man, we go a long way, Vado.
And he know when he was Roseau Central, he know I tell him straight in face, I don't put in for him.
Yeah.
He know that.
She give me fire.
Yeah, but you're on our side and you have done well for yourself, Isaac.
Yes, man, thank you, my dear.
Well,
thank you.
And listening to you, oh yes, I'm glad, and the young ones, you're an inspiration to them.
Yeah,
okay?
Man. Yeah, man. Cool.
All right, and all the best.
All right, my darling.
And again, accept my sympathy for my honorable emeritus Alex Boyd Knight.
Yes.
Oh, what a lady.
Yes.
Oh, she was everybody have their thing, but she was a very nice lady to me.
Yeah, man. Yes.
We had our little run-ins, when I just came to Dominica.
Yes.
But she's good. She was good. She good. And just straight up front like you, straightforward.
Yes.
But and she put me in my place nice.
Yes,
I just came to Dominica. Because there's a vendor in Great George Street that she told me, don't do a certain thing, and I did it, and the owner called her up. And she called me to her office, really nice lady. And from there, boy, we became Borgia. No, yeah. Nice, so accept my sympathy.
Yes, my
Thank
dear.
you.
And
Thank you.
all the best to you.
Yes.
Okay, there?
Yes,
and
my dear.
good night. So the program finished?
Yes.
Okay, good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Good program.
Thank
Very
you.
Good. Another good one again.
Thank you.
Okay, good night.
Good
all right,
night.
my dear.
All right.
Yeah. Isaac, I'm so sorry about that. I said it was the last, but I think I need to close up by you, I'm sure, thanking your wife.
Yes. I would like to thank my wife there for the support. And Also, I just want to as I said earlier, just tell the family of Speaker Emerita to stay strong. My sympathy goes out to you, and she meant a lot to me, a mentor, strong lady, and also the family of François Barry also stay strong in the Lord. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Isaac. I must say that tonight was a telling program where we got so much more information, and that's what's about the LACO program, that we have been able to really get various perspective of life, because everybody lived a different life in various parts. And you're right in reference to the rural areas. I've been trying my best to get people from the rural areas, and I wish that someone would call me with the clerk of council to tell me people that I can actually speak with, because I know that I know of everybody in the country and that are able to speak for 2 hours. Although tonight we spoke beyond 2 hours, we spoke for 3 hours and a half, and so I really would like to tell you thank you so very much for well spoken. Professionally, you have kept the word professionalism at its best tonight, and the communication between yourself and the listening public has been one of excellence. I really would like to say thank you so very much, and I'm sure that many people who would have listened to you tonight would have learnt something from you. I know that in everything that we do, there are good and there are bad. There are people who would like us and there are people who would not like us. There are people that will talk good for us and people that will defend us, and there are persons that will want to shred us apart. But bit what it is, life continues. So I really want to ask you to stay strong, stay focused. You have had a good journey, and I'm sure when the good Lord is ready, He will decide to take you home. Your journey has not been completed yet because you're still alive. And so I'm sure the path that you have gone through, many persons would have liked to pass that path, but may not have gotten it for many other reasons. But you came here and gave them a template that they can actually try to work on. And I really so very passionate about the things that you said tonight, and I don't think it was a mistake having you here tonight. You were able to speak your mind and speak open and speak frank. So I suspect you're one of the person, if you were to come back on earth, will ask your mother to call you call you Isaac Frank, or Frank Isaac. And one of your good friends, Derek Rapiters, said he learned a lot. From different perspective, and that's important, to learn while we have our own perspective, we have our own belief. For instance, I am a socialist by belief, but that doesn't say in some of the capitalist concepts that I will not take one or two of the capitalist concept to develop my own personal being. So that's what we speak when we talk about different concepts or different perspective. So really tonight, I hope that people will take it from the point of view of you contributing to Dominica and the contribution that you have been able to make. I know that I saw a number of persons who would have been on Facebook trying to spill out some negatives, but that should not let you fall apart. You have grown. You have now surpassed the age of 50, and there's nothing that you have to look back for. No. Always. And I'm sure that your dad has passed. Your mom, I'm sure, is happy about your success. That's important. Your siblings are happy about your success, and that's important. Your family, your wife, and others, they are cheering you on, because these are the best people to cheer you on. If you don't have these people cheering you on, believe you me, you'll fall apart. I agree. Thank you for being here with us, and I hope that some other radio station or some other program will take you up and to have another discussion so that they too can get their perspective about the way that you think. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
All right. Yes. So we just speaking to Mr. Isaac. Brilliant conversation.
Yeah, it was very, very brilliant. He was very articulate, very knowledgeable. You can see Mr. Isaac is a man of high intellect, and obviously he's controversial as well, and that's the nature of the game. Once you're going through life, Cecil, there are those who will always want to support you no matter what, and there are always those who will like to critique you. So that's the nature of life, but we have to, as I said, is unity, there'll be difference of opinion. So he was very good this evening.
Yes, I must say that he was very good, and I'm happy that we were able to have him tonight with us.
Right with us.
Yes.
Cecil, whilst we are getting ready, I don't know whether you're taking a break.
I'm just going to take a small break quickly.
Right.
Yes.
Accidents are a fact of life, but traffic accidents can be prevented with a sober mind. Please, don't drink and drive. A message from the Dominica Emergency Medical Technicians Association and this station.
DBS Radio Christmas Song Contest. It's on this year. Artists, get ready.
Don't wanna be left out this Christmas. Just wanna spread the joy this Christmas. Don't wanna be left out this Christmas.
For news, views, interviews, special events, music and entertainment, sad occasions, joyous moments, the events that shape our lives in Dominica, around the region and around the world. Listen to DBS Radio. Experience and professionalism. Your number one station.
Okay, let's see. Batteries, flashlight, canned foods, bottled water, teddy bear.
So when the big wind is howling and the roof is creaking and everything is dark and I'm getting really scared, I can cut out with my teddy and feel safe, right?
Planning for emergencies? Plan for children. Pack a favorite toy to comfort your child during and after disasters, as well as books, games, and snacks to keep children occupied and calm. This message is brought to you by UNICEF, Sedera, and this radio station.
2 persons start, 1 fails. 2 persons start business, 1 succeeds. Why? Because one advertised where only some could hear the message. The other, much wiser, advertised where everybody could hear. Right here on DBS. We cover the nation in the Eastern Caribbean from TNT to the USVI DBS. With new added transmitter power. Today, DBS is the place for advertisers. Our potential listenership base of over 5 million persons or 10 million heirs is available every day to you. The wise business person advertises here because when DBS speaks, everybody hears.
For all the fun and serious updates, information on Dominica, live radio streaming from DBS, and more, log on to www.dbcradio.net. DBS, the nation station.
Positive, and I know good will conquer evil. Jah is here amidst the battle, and I know love will overcome hatred. Oh yeah, living in the positive. Oh children, let not your hearts be troubled. Wipe away your tears and fears, 'cause I know love will conquer evil. Oh, oh yeah. Nights, oh, fear not, Jah is on my side to protect I, oh yeah. Even though the rods are against side, Lord, fear not, though my chances are slim, yet my hopes are so high. Living in the positive. And I know good amidst the battle. And I know love will overcome hatred. Oh yeah, living in the positive. Oh children, let not your hearts be troubled. Wipe away your tears and fears. Cause I know love will conquer evil. Yeah. Heavy, too heavy to carry. And sorrows become my best friend. Then no one let me be. And even when 10,000 foes set themselves against I, fools say that my chances are slim. Yet my hopes are so high. Living in the positive. And I know good will conquer evil. Jah is here amidst the battle. And I know love will overcome hatred. Oh yeah, living in the positive. Oh children, let not your hearts be troubled. Wipe away your tears and fears. Cause I know love will conquer evil. Yeah. Living in the positive. Oh Lord, Lord, we living, yeah. And we're living in the positive. From day to day, shall make our way. And we're living in the positive. Struggling and the tough, things so rough. And then we're living in the positive. Keep on living, boy. And we're living in the positive, trample down all negativity. Good God, love, we're living,
Well, Brain, we know that there is a very hot conversation during this week, from different circles. Doesn't matter whether you're Labour, whether you're Freedom, UWP, or Independent. That the issue this week was about Domlek.
That's correct. That's correct. I heard the issue. I heard the manager speaking about it, and there being some what do you call it now?
Actions?
Certain actions taken in terms of, load shedding. That's the word I was looking for. So, it's a hot discussion taking place now on the island.
And we have seen, many times, many of us don't do research, and we tend to think the situation in terms of the heat is just about Dominica, and statements have been made just about Dominica. But I know of two other countries in the Caribbean where the situation is actually occurring and they have load shedding. I will try to get that information for you, Brain. For me, it's very important that we inform people that a particular country in the Caribbean, a notice said, please see update power rotation schedule during the time period highlights below. During the time periods highlighted below, the least feeders neighborhood will have electricity service. Will not have electricity service. From 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., they tell you a portion of the feeder 10B, feeder 9C. 10 a.m. to 12 noon, feeder 9E. They told you the areas, a huge area apparently, because there's quite a number of places. and they tell you from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. feeder 7E, a portion of feeder 7C, and they tell you also in the note says 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. a portion of feeder 10B, feeder 9C. Thank you for your continuous patience, as, and they said in the company name, personnel workers or personnel work safety to restore services. That is just one country. I know of another country north of here who themselves are going through the same load shedding process, and we have to understand as to what is actually happening, Brain.
Yes. First of all, let's be honest about that situation, and we discuss in terms our main source of generating electricity is through diesel, burning of diesel, and the other one through hydro. And one of the things that we notice is that there has been a prolonged drought, very unusual for the month of September, because we are supposed to be in hurricane season, and we expect quite a number of tropical waves to traverse the Eastern Caribbean. But what we have noticed, there's been a heat dome, meaning that the temperatures are being very high and no rain. And when there's no rain for a prolonged period, almost 3 weeks now, we have not seen any real heavy rainfall. And that has caused the drop in the levels of the water in the freshwater lake, and almost by 30 to 40%. And you know, when that happens, you cannot always generate more because of the ecosystem that exists in Luda. So, you know, as a result of that, you know, one, and we have to be transparent, some of the generators operating from the plant in Fonkole, some of those generators are more than 20, 25 years old. And, you know, the ability for these generators to work prolonged hours is one of concern. And, you know, this is, I think an expert has come out from St. Lucia, and we'll be spending some days here to evaluate the situation with a view of rectifying.
Well, I can tell you some things, Brain. Some of the root cause of the load shedding, which is currently occurring on the island, the insufficient generation capacity, that is the cause. The cause of it is, one, increased consumption with a peak load which moved from 16.38 megawatts in 2021 and 16.35 in 2022 to 17.62 megawatts in 2023. That is to say, Brain, that what we have seen, and Isaac was making the point earlier on that management need to come to the public and to have conversation with the public, so that we can be a little bit more accountable and more reliable in terms of the energy that we give out. What we have seen, Brain, is that many people now, you remember the good old days that people used to go to the river and wash?
Yeah.
Today there isn't any person going to the river and wash now. Everybody has a washing machine. We have most persons now want to have an air conditioned unit at their homes. We have what you call that, fryer cookers with electricals. We have our water kettle with our stove today is electricals. So you find when we look at our homes, we say, oh, our light bills are high, but if we have to go and look at the units that we have in our homes that are actually using electricity, we know that we are paying for the usage, and we fail to understand that we are paying for the usage of the electricity that we are actually using. So Dominic doesn't just make a bill for you and send you a bill. So sometimes we say, oh, my light bill is so high, and we do not understand because of the usage of our current. That is why the bill is reflecting what we are actually using.
Well, let me tell you what she says, and I'm using her exact word. She mentioned the company's notation of an increased power usage by customers. And I quote, so our peak so far for the year is 17.62 megawatts. Just compare that to 2021, where we had a 16.38 megawatts. And in 2022, of 16.3 megawatts as well. So people are consuming more electricity. That's the point you're making. But she went on to make another very important point. She went on to inform that about 4 of Domlec's diesel generators are at least 37 years old.
Coming to that.
Due for retirement.
Yeah, coming to that. I do not want us to just jump over from the usage of electricity. And I think we have to really help, and I think Domlec has to come out and to speak to the consumers of electricity in Dominica, so that they too can have an understanding as to what is going on and why certain things are happening. Because I don't think the management or staff of Domlec are happy as to what is actually now happening. And so to have load shedding, it's because, for instance, do you know in the past, it has been happening for many years. Since as a boy, I know that during the Christmas season, you can maybe push yourself a little bit more east, so that I can have a better look of who you are.
Yeah.
Yes. And you can take your camera and push your camera, turn your camera. Go ahead. That's good. Right. Right. And so I'm bringing that during the Christmas season in the good old days, that you'd hear Domlec speaking about load shedding. And that's because they know that we're going to have to make cakes. They know we're going to use much more electricity. They know that we're going to have Christmas lights, and the works goes on. And so they would do some load shedding to ensure that they get things in a proper manner. And so it is no difference now. Right now we are experiencing serious drought. We know this month, September month, should be a rainy month. That's when most times we depend on a lot of water. We are not seeing it. This up to last night, I was looking at my television screen where I saw that the weatherman is showing the frequency of tropical storm after tropical storm during the month of August, September. And it's a clear indication that there's quite a lot of heat as we speak. Now, you said the second point that she made was in aging generation diesel fleets.
Yeah.
Yes.
4.
Yes. So there are 4 of these aging generators.
Yes.
And you heard her mention that in that situation that the company is now thinking in the short term to do procurement of additional generators between 2 to 4 megawatts of generation. We heard her made mention of that. But what I think Domlec needs to speak about is the fact that the RIC has to approve those things. The RIC plays a role in determining. So while we're talking about Domlec and the role that Domlec has to play, we must not forget the RIC, which is the Regulatory Commission.
Yeah,
that has to in the procurement of these diesel generators, that you have to give reasons and rationales. I think now it's even greater and better now for the RIC to have a better understanding as to what is going on and why Domlec would require those generation.
What I noticed that they were doing today, what I noticed also with the same situation when we had the issue of gasoline, we had to commission 2 in DCP. We had to use extra storage when we had a crisis. What I noticed is that they may commission other generators. Maybe some companies may have generators that, may be producing more than they actually need. So you can probably tap into those generators. There may be a generator in the Windsor Park. There might be a generator in the ministry or ministries, and there are other generators that you could harness energy from them.
As a matter of fact, the government of Dominica has provided to Domlec 800
megawatts
kilowatts, 0.8 megawatts generator, which is already here. And it should have been commissioned by the 15th of September.
Yeah.
So I think 2 days ago, it would have been commissioned to be used. That was again given. And some of these things, people not recognizing the effort of central government. And if I know Roosevelt Skerrit very well, the person that I know Roosevelt Skerrit, he just came from a meeting in Cuba with the Chinese and the Venezuelans. I am sure if I know Roosevelt Skerrit very well, if I know that gentleman very, very well, that he would speak to his counterparts at that meeting to see how we could get technical skills and technical assistance to really help us to solve that problem. If I know this gentleman very well,
Well, one of the things that I'm saying, and from my perspective, and we have to be objective, is that we have the geothermal, which probably would take us a year or 2 before we get it on stream. And I am thinking of also of alternative supply of energy, because I always say we have the Chinese, and the Chinese are one of the experts into production of solar energy. I always believe in a level of solar energy from an energy point of view, in that we have an abundance of sunlight, more so now with the fact that we have drought and that we have more sun. So I always believe that it's never going to hurt us if we have 3 supplies of energy.
But you see, with the solar energy, it's a good source of energy, but the initial phase of solar energy, as many of us would know, is very expensive, especially to install batteries, to purchase the batteries, and to maintain the batteries for the solar energy. So that is something that when you are talking about in terms of getting solar energy, you have to have a greater understanding of the maintenance costs of solar energy. Also, I think, as you said, the manager said that there's aging generation diesel fleets. Some 10 megawatts of generation are due for retirement. So she's trying to tell us that she has about in a total of some 10 megawatts of generation that is should be out of commission, but it's still functional, which means they have reached their retirement age. We heard a mention of one is about 37 years old, which means you would have gotten that about 1984, thereabout, and I just want to remind people that in 2007 we heard King Dice sang about Domlec's plight.
Yeah.
The government was not then did not have full majority shares,
yes, right. It was
of
a company.
Domlec. So it was a company owned by Emera.
That's right.
And we heard Dice talking about constant load shedding and the lack of service since then in 2005. We know that the government of Dominica, has gotten the majority share just last year, April, 1st of April last year. And that it's just about 12, so 4 and 5, just about 17 months since central government has taken on board the shares of that majority company. So it's I hate to hear people make reference to Domlec like that of Roosevelt Skerrit. The company, yes, it is government has majority share, but it's also a public company, that is controlled by managers and directors, and so what the management is been doing is to work towards ensuring that the proper service and maintenance of these equipments are met.
Yeah.
And so she made a third point. She said a longer than projected dry season which has adversely affected all of our units. So she said that a longer than projected dry season. So which meant that we know that after May, because May is normally the cow month.
Yeah.
So Dominic would have seen that increase in May, and they would expect that increase in May. But they would have expected when June, July comes, we would have seen a decrease in the heat, but rather we have seen drought. We have seen an increase in heat, and so one of the areas that we look at is the hydro. DBS Radio went out and they did a fantastic job by visiting the freshwater lake to see the level of this freshwater lake, and we heard that the managers say that the longer than normal dry season spell has affected the hydro output. Mm-hmm. She was very clear on that.
Yeah,
she said that at its maximum, the hydro, that means at the top, at its best, the hydro normally contributes about 30 to 45%, which you just said, of generation. But currently, it contributes less than 15%.
Yeah.
That tells you how it has really affected, the hydro really has been affected and is affecting the generation of electricity to our homes. In terms of the output that can obtain from the units, lake level is currently, which was I think a few days ago, 4.95 meters, a far cry from the optimum of 8.65. That spells problem.
Almost half.
That's half. So that really smelling bad. It is not very, very good for us in Dominica. So nobody should sit there and think that management, government, and the workers of Domlec are not interested in wanting this thing to continue. Diesel, the excessive heat has affected the overall output of the efficiency. So the diesel generators, she again was very clear on that. So it's not just an easy thing in the park. As I said, that I made it my business to call a few of my counterparts in the region, and the only person who told me that they have not seen any shortfall in terms of electricity outage was that of Martinique. They told me that they have not seen any. And again, you have to understand that the French are so much more superior than us in the English-speaking countries. Now, she also spoke about some solutions. And she made mention in one of the solutions that government, and I hear people talk about how bad Roosevelt Skerrit is, how Roosevelt Skerrit not trying to help. But it is a given fact that Roosevelt Skerrit, even after Hurricane Maria, the Roosevelt Skerrit administration ensured that he spoke with the president of Cuba to ensure that they helped us in Dominica. And we saw that quite a number of people came in to Dominica from Cuba to help in the restoration of electricity in Dominica. So that is a given fact. We saw Jamaicans here. And we have to find out how was these people paid. What is the interest that government had? Even Domlec at that time having to take a loan of over $40 million. Who had to be the signatory to the loan? It was the government of Dominica. So it's not a fair assessment of people who may just look at themselves as opposition to that of the government or that opposition of that of Domlec. We have to come to have a greater appreciation and understanding of the work that your own brothers and sisters, your neighbors, are actually doing within Domlec. You spoke about Domlec as a source, the service of a generation consultant from St. Lucia. He's already here in Dominica.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's coming in on Monday. Today's what?
Today is the 16th.
Right. So he'll have been here in Dominica. So he will start his stint tomorrow, the 18th. He starts his stints from tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow
for 4 days.
Today's the 17th.
Today's the 17th. So he would have come. He would have been in Dominica today.
Yeah.
To start his stint tomorrow, 18th to the 22nd.
Yeah, 4 days.
All right. 4 days. All right. Really, what he's going to do is to undertake an assessment of our generation system. I heard Issac, and I'm sure that the manager of Domlec would have been listening to us tonight. That she maybe even try to get the expertise of Issac as an industrial
and the
engineer.
other guy,
Pembo.
Pembo
is the chairman, as a matter of fact, of Domlec.
Yeah,
he's the chairman, and so there's work to be done. Yes, but let us take good courage.
Right. One of the things that was very, very futuristic, and he came in for a lot of blows, was Dr. Vince Henderson. Approach to solving this energy situation with the harnessing of our geothermal. I mean, he was thinking futuristic, and if, for instance, within 2 years or thereabout, you could build one of your generating plants to generate electricity from geothermal. That would be very, very interesting, because when you have the heat from the ground, that is a very long time for that source to be depleted. And not only that, you have additional wells that you can harness in the future. So that idea of Dr. Vince Henderson moving into the geothermal, and he was highly criticized for that, is something he was thinking futuristic, having made the study in terms of Domlec and its capacity to continue generating, because it means that in a very short term, maybe in 3 years' time, Domlec would have to source.
As a matter of fact, 2 years, not even 3. By sure, 2025,
right.
By the end of 2025, for sure, you would see the geothermal process
coming on stream.
Yeah, on stream.
Because you cannot always depend on fossil fuel.
No,
that is
because the worst thing about fossil fuel is that whenever the prices rise,
fluctuate.
You will see that the price of electricity will rise. What has to happen is with the geothermal, you don't have to purchase diesel.
No.
So we don't have to bother about the market price,
or we don't have to worry about whether leak go up or leak go down,
right?
Or river dry or river not drying.
Yes,
it's a constant source of heat beneath the earth.
And the issue of maintenance, as we see with fossil fuel, it is not the same like that of geothermal, because you know that geothermal is all natural. And you would see. As I said some time ago, I went to the site where the geothermal is actually being worked on, and I asked people to visit so that they can have a greater appreciation and understanding of what is meant by the geothermal and the work that the geothermal is actually going to do in really helping us.
And when we're at full capacity, not only that, we'll have an abundance of energy.
Right.
The kind of megawatts that will generate.
It's going to be about 10
megawatts, which is more than what you actually
require.
Need.
Right.
So that is something that Mr. Vince Henderson, the government of Dominica, recognizing the capacity of this generation business from Domlec, is something that you need to upgrade. So that's something we're looking forward to.
And that is why in our conversation, Brain, that first of all, we look at ourselves as Dominicans.
Yes.
We don't look at ourselves as just party supporters of a political organization. Yes, I have my choice of party, but also we have to look at how we can see Dominica moving forward.
Yes.
What is the new Dominica that we are preparing for? The Americans 300 years ago was making preparation for the America today, where they would be the leading traders of the world. 300 years ago, the British was the leaders, and the Americans had to put their act together to ensure that they would be where they are today. We saw the Chinese for a number of years in the 70s. We saw that their doors were closed to the world, and people called them Red China or Communist China. But today,
the leading economy.
They are a leading economy in the world.
Right.
While they are saying that they are developing economy or a developing country, when we look at their GDP, that's China. It cannot be that of a developing country.
Oh man!
It that of a first world
the second
country.
largest economy, almost ready to take place.
Take place.
The first place.
The economy that's bigger than I think is the European Union. I think has a bigger chunk of.
By next year, man, the Chinese will the economy, the rate at which it's growing.
Right. So the point I'm making is we must put a little bit more confidence into our own Dominica, because many people, if they have greater appreciation of their worth in Dominica and what they bring onto the table, they will have a greater appreciation as to what other people are actually bringing. So it's not fair, not because you I can understand viciously that we can have our political differences. I can understand that you have your political ideology. But when it comes to looking forward in terms of building Dominica, let us put Dominica first. And when we do that, we can be able to talk loudly.
Well, one of the things I'm saying, if you bought, remember, Domlec was sold for below the market price.
Yes.
Right? So for a very long time, a company had it running, had majority shares, and government only took it over, I think, last year. So in terms of futuristic, we have to be able to make the transition and be patient. I tend to think now that the government is doing its best, there's a consultant come down here now to give advice as to the way forward. He'll be spending 4 days with us in terms of what is expected and what he'll recommend with a view for government to take action as to the recommendations that he's going to make for the future of the company, because it's a Dominican company now owned by the government of Dominica. And so we have to begin to evaluate and to look forward. But in the meantime,
and I like what Isaac said earlier on in terms of an industrial engineer. So it means now that we don't have to just only look for a mechanical engineer. We now have to look at an industrial engineer who will not only just look at the machine spinning, but look at greater value of what those machines, the generators are.
And that's why I like what he said, because basically when you have a machine or you have an industry, being an electrical company, you have to look at what we call in physics efficiency, how effective the machine is in terms of cost. Because, for instance, if you get machines and the machine is going to be using more diesel, it means that the consumer will have to pay more for electricity. So you want to make sure that you don't aggravate your consumers, because you may have to drive the price of electricity. So if a man is paying $115 a month, and then you go throw up the bill to about $200 a month, you know that's bad for you. Because, you know, at the end of the day, he's not going to vote for you. He may say, boy, look, government come there, and when I think things going to be cheaper, it's getting more expensive. He's not making money. So you have to look in terms of the efficiency of the machine, in terms of the cost of electricity to the consumer. That has to be brought in mind.
And even the issue of profits. And I did a program on Talking Point on Friday. And I was trying, some person said, but Dominic says every year that they're making profits. I don't think every year Dominic says that they make profit. I think one year, I think the year before, I don't think they lamented the fact that they made a profit. But let us presume that they make profits. Some persons think that when you make profit, it goes into your pocket. Or you just you reinvest it into something else. What people have to also understand that even in the profits that you have, you have something that's called operational expenses. Maintenance is a form of operational expense. And in any institution where maintenance is actually happening, the management will tell you how expensive maintenance is, especially in a time like now, where every time you get up, prices jack up internationally. The global prices jack up. So you may have a generator here, and you may need a part that cost 2 months ago when you did some maintenance on it. When you go back again, it moved from $50. I'm just using this to $150. That is the reality of it. So people, and sometimes I tell myself when I hear some of the ignorance that has been spoken, for people to be managers or to be involved in projects of that magnitude, so that they can have a greater appreciation and understanding of certain situations.
But again, you see, the thing about it is that, as Isaac was telling us, is a situation whereby you have to think of the country first. There are certain radio stations that take every opportunity to criticize everything the government is doing. And we have to be honest. If we're talking CBI, they try to strike it down. If you're talking hospital, they try to aggravate the situation. If you're talking Domlek and generation of electricity, they attack it. And as Isaac was saying, when you're a small island state, it's important that you understand what is known as national development for your country. So you have to come on board. It's not everything you have to criticize. You have explained to the people why these things are occurring, but you must not use it for your political advantage because it suits you. I've been listening to certain programs, and when I hear the slant, even when I heard of the situation about doctors and the slant it took, when I heard about the Domlek situation, the slant it took, without getting all the necessary information, it's very important that you educate the people.
But while you're saying educate the people, I think the people who are in authority to help educate the people are not coming forth. I will never forget in 2004 when Roosevelt Skerry took over of the administration after the death of Pierre Charles. They had just implemented the 7.5 sales tax. Remember that?
I remember.
It was a 7.5 sales tax. And you had public officers who went on the bayfront of their union and said, if it takes them to go out and to strike Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they would do it. And the government went around and educate and inform people that if what we are doing now in terms of cutting back, we can guarantee you that if things get better, we will pay you back what we took from you. All we want to do is to get a breathing space. And Roosevelt Skerrit and his administration went around the country and spoke to the people to have a greater appreciation and understanding. And we saw that all of the necessary people that were affected got back their monies.
That's right.
We heard of double bubble.
Yeah, the double bubble.
We heard of double bubbles. We heard of police officers getting back monies for their day off, and so on. And so it's important that those institutions that are affected, you must not be scared of coming to tell the people what the facts are.
No, you must inform the public.
Don't be fearful of what they're going to say or what they're going to think.
Inform them.
You have to go and inform them. Because when you speak to the layman in the language that they understand, they have a greater appreciation. So for instance, me, before I became a member of the board of Domlek, I made it my business to have a greater understanding of
How the
my bill,
organization-
of my bill,
Yeah,
not even of the organization.
Yeah.
Because I don't want anyone to say tomorrow morning that my bill is smaller because I'm a Domlek.
No, you want to understand
I went to understand what
price mechanism is.
So one of the first things that I did was to move from the normal prepaid.
Yes.
And I went as pay as you go.
Pay as you go.
Why did I decide to go pay as you go? Because I decided I will pay monies
for the electricity
for my electricity that I'm using. Meaning, I said I'm going to put every week $50, and I'll ensure that when I put $50 the following week, that I have used $50 worth of my electricity.
Energy, yeah.
So I have a fridge, I have a washing machine, I have kettle for electrical kettle.
Yes.
I have the one for the bread. What do you call it again? Toaster. I have a microwave. I have my electricity at my home.
You have your fridge.
I set the fridge.
You have your washing machine.
I set the washing machine.
Yeah.
So you know what? I told myself.
Your iron.
My iron. I told myself I'll only iron every 2 weeks. 1. 2. I told myself I'll wash once a week. And I'll wash once a week and I'll put it on low. Because the machine has this.
The capacity.
You know? It tells you whether you want to whether you want to wash for an hour or 25 minutes. So I put it to wash for 25 minutes. I went by a particular company and I purchased, I'm trying to remember the name, that will help cut down in my usage of my
a transformer?
No, in the usage of my fridge. So at nights, when midnight comes, my fridge goes off. It regulates my usage, and at 6 o'clock it comes on because I'm sleeping at 12. Why should my fridge be constantly working? So that has been cut. I've decided, you know what? I will only use my stove to boil water to make tea instead of using my kettle.
You decided to have a regime in terms of how you're going to manage your energy
I'm going
supply.
to manage my electricity.
Well, you see, hold that point, because you see, the fact is that your PR, your public relations people within the company must inform. Seminars, workshops, that's what you need to do. That's how you conserve energy. The appliances you buy, look at what the capacity of the equipment in terms of the usage of energy, because sometimes you buy something and the thing burning a lot of energy.
Right. So likewise, in reference to Domlek, whenever they are going to be purchasing these new generators, it has to be efficiency.
Yes. The type they're buying.
Yeah. It has to curtail the efficiency of the usage of the generators.
The capacity of the generators, and what is in other words, what Issac tell us. So they need to have a man like Issac to look at the generator. We shouldn't buy that generator. That's the one we should be buying. What is the shelf life of that generator? So so a lot of thinking and scientific, and I guess they have the experts to do that for them.
Someone's on the line. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, comrade.
Good evening to
you.
you.
Great show.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
You just touched on it, but an important part of the discussion that is not being held is what is the individual consumer's responsibility, or how can they contribute to solving the problem. Okay? So for the Domlek to need increased capacity means that you have to be consuming more.
Yes.
The solution maybe should be, how can individuals reduce their consumption? We can't expect Domlek to lead that discussion, because in the end, their profit margin depends on you consuming.
That's correct.
so somebody else must have to lead that discussion. And one important thing I noticed in Dominica, people still use incandescent bulbs.
Oh, yes.
The old filament bulbs.
Yes.
These are the most inefficient bulbs in the world right now. You can get a LED bulb that uses 4 watts to replace a 40-watt incandescent bulb.
That is so correct.
Right. But that, you see, you're giving us
You know how much of a
education.
difference that will make in your light bill?
Yes.
And they're now available in Dominica.
And not only that, you're so correct, because I found myself recently, or not recently, some while.
You found it a bad habit.
I found myself purchasing those same LED lights.
Yes, because
bad habit.
And it is and you have what is called the white one.
The white ones.
It gives you like
daylight, soft white.
Yes, soft white.
Right.
Yeah, right. So
And they have
but they use
they
use like one. Sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I was saying that they are available in many of the hardware places in Roseau.
Well, you see, that is why I'm saying, Cecil, radio stations like yours and other radio stations and other media houses need to educate the masses as to how best to conserve energy.
Go ahead, caller.
That is right. So you can okay. So a 4-watt bulb replacing a 40-watt bulb is 1/10 of the amount of electricity per bulb. You know.
Yes.
Imagine how many bulbs you have in your house, and how many of them are like 60, 80, 100-watt bulbs. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that can make a dramatic difference in the individual's light bill and consumption.
Yes, yes.
Also, those talking about solar energy and solar energy, have they asked themselves how many screws it takes to hold on a sheet of galvanized, and what happens to it when a hurricane can still remove a sheet of galvanized on your roof? You know, adding a solar panel to that, when it goes, everything goes, you know. And then you like back to where we're doing with bananas right now.
No.
What a strong wind and everything goes.
No, what I'm saying in terms of, because remember, China itself has typhoons, and typhoons are another name for hurricanes. What I'm suggesting is solar farms.
And as
I'm not suggesting solar heaters on top of your roof. I'm talking about generating more electricity by using solar farms. So you designate an area, let's say I'm thinking of Salisbury or maybe Coolibistry, as areas where that have dry and a lot of sun. So I'm talking about solar farms.
But the risk of them going in a hurricane is so severe nowadays, or so increased, that you have to balance that investment. It's not a you can just rush into it. You understand?
Okay.
So the solar farm can be destroyed with one storm.
All right.
Well, because it's a kite. It's a kite basically.
Is it movable? Can you move it? Can you find
that is what they have to look at. That's what they have to look at.
because
being able to take it down.
Right,
in
take
case
it
of a storm.
down because you have weathermen who will tell you, well, a tropical storm is coming or
Storm
whatever.
is coming.
You have 24
Right.
hours or 48 hours, so you can
To take them down.
dismount, take them down, and store them.
That
in a
would have
safe
to be
place.
that would have to be part of the
But-
innovation in that process. Yes.
And the other thing about that is, caller, I remembered some years ago when the government was actually talking about those bulbs, and the Cubans came here in Dominica to help us with the project, and some people who, I don't want to say on the other side or did not, or who opposed, but some persons who did not agree said that they were not taking Alba lights. I remember that like yesterday. And so some of these people might be today. Some of these people today.
The only downside to the LED bulb is the initial cost. So they're a little more expensive than the CFL or the incandescent bulb.
But you know what?
In terms, they last longer.
But they last longer. You can almost guarantee yourself 6 years service.
Right, and they reduce consumption.
Yes.
Another part of the discussion that the I guess the CEO of the Domlec didn't get into was the difference between base load demand and peak load demand. So she focused on peak load because peak load is the most you will need at any one time. Okay, so that's maybe between breakfast time before you leave for work, when you come home at 4 o'clock. So these will be 2 peak periods. But the base load in between now might be, let's say, 12 kilowatts. And now Domlec have to have that extra capacity just to meet that 16 or 17 kilowatts that you consumed for 2 hours or 3 hours a day.
No, but also
so that's a lot of additional expense.
But caller, yes, but caller, what Domlec has also observed, even in the early morning, like 6:30, that they have observed that the consumption of electricity is also high, 13 megawatts at 6:40 in the morning, and in the evening also is very, very, very high.
Yes, when you come home from work.
Yes. So you're right in what you've just said in looking at the
So they're spending a fortune just to be able to match that peak capacity.
Yeah.
You understand?
But let us look at televisions, the type of televisions you buy.
Yep.
And you put them on. So sometimes you run your television for the whole night. And some people do that.
Yep.
Yes.
You fall asleep with your TV on, or
yes.
you have every light in the house on when you come home.
That is
Is that necessary?
That is if you have some old TV now, because you know that the TV, if you don't play with within a short space
You can
of time,
put a sleep on it.
It does, it goes
Well,
off.
you have the technology, but some people don't have that, you know.
No, they don't have that. No, it's the old TV.
The old TV, you know.
And you don't need every light in the house on at any one point.
At any one time.
Put on your light in the room that you're using and leave the rest off. But no, we haven't come to that realization that we can manage our usage as well.
Yes, that's very good call. Very good call. Good thing.
All right, so that's something that some group should promote, maybe a radio station. But what can you do to reduce your consumption?
Cecily, you'll have to come
and help ease the problem.
Yes,
thank you very much.
All right,
thank you.
Take care. God bless, man.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, very good. You see, when a member of the public shares some very good ideas with us in terms of our habits. Your habits. Like some people keep the lights on all night.
Yes.
You know, it's habits. Maybe they have two lights lighting at the same time. And those are habits.
And not just that, sleeping with the lights on.
Right. And the company doesn't really mind it because it's going to be more money for them.
The company.
But now, in terms of the capacity of generation of electricity, right now it's putting a burden on them because of the age of the machines that they're using.
And not just the age of the machine. You have to also look at the expense of generating energy. And I think what Dominic should now do is really help us to have a greater understanding as to money spent on the generation versus money
let me tell you what some people are saying as well, because you have to listen to street talk, you know. Somebody was saying, and a couple of people met me, you don't think that Dominic is trying to ask the government or whatever the company regulators are to increase the light bill? Do you think, you know, people think strange? Is that a way of finding a way to go and say, well, we need an increase in the electrical bills?
And again, too, and I'm not speaking for the Prime Minister, but I'm speaking about the character of the individual. The Honorable Prime Minister, I don't think, though ASCO can say the same thing. Though ASCO can say that they need an increase. Though ASCO has not received an increase in many, many years, many moons ago. Domlec too has not seen an increase in their rates from the RIC. But I am not seeing RIC, which is another entity of that of government, would go into increasing the rates to that of Domlec. I can see that central government would work towards ensuring that the necessary work that has to be done, getting new generators that is required between the 2 to 4 megawatts of energy that we require, of generators that we require, to be done. I'm not seeing that central government, especially under the leadership of Roosevelt Skerrit.
But you know, people are mischievous because you know people thinking, you know, in a politically charged country, people are some of the people are looking at all ways and means to find ways of trying to say, well, you say gouvernement, so vote pour gouvernement. Regardez ça qu'a fait, they're increasing the bill on you, water bill increasing, light bill increasing. You know, and that's the catch-22, you know.
Well, that catch-22 is a wrong catch. Because it's like a shop. Oh, no, let's take out a shop. It's like an institution. Let me just use DBS. It's like an institution like DBS Radio with, let's say, 45 employees. You have to pay them their salaries every month.
Every month, yes.
The company relies on advertising, deaf announcement, programming to generate its revenue.
That's right.
And so it has to look at what its expenses are. And normally you look at a budget, and let us presume it says its expense in any given year for salary is 1.2 million. Let's just use this. But the company cannot just sell ads to pay salaries alone. There is other recurring expenditures like lights,
Yeah.
like water,
Yeah.
the utilities, telephone.
Company, yeah.
So that is one. You may have bank loans that you have to pay. Yeah. You might be a member of organizations to remain alive. You have to pay that. You might also be. You may have to also pay central government for your license to stay
to operate.
To operate. You may have to pay the regulators also to stay functional. And at the end of the day, in a given year, your expense is not just $1.2 million. It might come at the end of $4 million. Yeah. Now you have to now decide what are you going to do to ensure that you remain afloat. If you see one fiscal year that you made a loss, and in that loss you would have seen that you have to increase your staff salary. Let's use 5%.
You're going to retrench.
The possibility, what you're going to do before you retrench, you might decide to make people. You might lay off people.
Right. That's
all right. And based on the circumstance, if it doesn't get better, you might have to retrench. And when you do that, you can either let people live with the ability to do things. In say multitask.
Yeah.
You give people multitask duties to perform. Mm-hmm. So someone who was just being the cashier may now have to be the cashier, and then you may have to also be the payables officer or the receivable officer.
You see, Cecil, you see, these are some of the issues that one has to when managing a company.
Yes.
And Isaac talked to us about it. And these are some of the things that you'll have to do. Quality control. What do you control? How efficient your machines are. And as the caller tells us, the consumers have a responsibility as well as to determine what is best for them in terms of the cost that they pay for the electricity or the energy that they use at their home. Right. What do they do to curtail the expense? Because sometimes you're paying $150 for lights. Can I pay $100 the way you use your energy? So all these are the discussions that must be ongoing, not only on the radio stations, but in the newspaper, and in, debates.
And here goes, some persons might say to you, okay, well, if that's the case, why don't you make DBS go in the hands of government? But my brother, again, if you do that, you are now requesting of government to now take the task of looking at all of those necessary expenses that we have just spoken about. So what do you think government is going to do? They're going to increase taxes. So the best that government put sanitary institutions to allow the sanitary institution to make their own monies.
Yeah, make their own
and
decisions.
The government will now be a guarantor to you. It is better for the government.
Right.
And sometimes people tend to want government to have so much power, and when the government has so much power, they then start to blame government for the failures of certain things.
Right.
And so I think we need to, as a people, we need to sit and think logically. Look at our homes. If we purchase two school shoes for your child, one for sports and one for
how we spend our money.
You tell your child, let me tell you, I only buy that one shoe for you. And as a parent, you monitor. By the time the first term is over, the child decalate the shoe, or mash up the shoe, kicking stone, kicking this, kicking that.
Right.
You as the parent now have to scratch your head down.
Where are you going to get another?
Where I'm going to get another one for you, and so it is no difference. There's no difference, between what we as a business place do it and the home.
Yeah, in other words, we have to begin to rethink. And the idea, and I like it, of the geothermal is going to be a game changer. And sometimes we have to go through a level of sacrifice for us to be getting better. So on the discussion of energy, I think DOMLEC needs to inform the public more often as to what it's doing, and the public needs to pay attention to some of the lessons that they're learning from DOMLEC. And they themselves must put mechanisms in place to protect themselves against, the high cost of energy, because energy is expensive.
And some people might tell you, Brain, that you are going to go to geothermal energy why do you buy generators? I mean, that's a blind man.
No, man. You have to. You have to. You have to. You have to transition. You can't let things just fall apart. So whilst you're waiting for, let's say, 1 or 2 years, you have to make the sacrifice to go into the transition.
And remember, the geothermal would go into phases.
In different stages,
It must go into phases.
Yeah.
So Domlec has to still find itself
yes.
Having the fossil fuel around. Because remember it's a gradual process. So it's not like you make a child as the child born, the child become 20 years.
No. It's a transition.
It's a transition. And we have to come to that understanding as to what is required for that kind of development. And that is why I think our program, our second aspect of the program, is so very important.
Oh yes, in educating the masses.
It helps people to have a greater understanding, because sometimes I don't like hearing people saying, that restaurant making plenty money, but they're only looking at the surface.
They're looking at the gross.
Yeah, they look at the surface, which is the gross.
Right.
So they look at all what the company is making.
But they don't understand the net.
But they have not looked at the net yet.
Yes.
And the net looks at other aspects of expenses.
The extrinsic variables.
So that is why you will find that companies are able to tell you about their net loss or their net profit.
Yeah, it's after they do
all of their findings, and then still after they do that, if they are to make a profit, they have to ensure that profit that they generated have to reflect for the next fiscal year. Which would include that of salaries, again, recurring expenditure,
equipment.
So it's not just a profit to me,
right.
Because no company, no institution should go to the bank to take money to pay loans. No company should do that.
Yeah, well, they have to generate. If they go with business, as Isaac was telling us, you notice that he told us he have loans.
Mm-hmm.
So when you take loans, you have to be able to service your loans.
Right.
And to service your loans, you have to be able to generate revenue, which is called your profits.
Mm-hmm.
So out of the
not necessarily profits, or not necessarily profits,
or the way you manage.
The way you manage,
right?
Because you have to come to understand and brain that when you have those type of expenses, especially the recurrent expenditures, they are not stagnant.
Yes.
So light bill comes today at $10. Tomorrow it comes at 15. The next day it might come at 20. Another day it might come down to $1.
Yes.
So, but you have to always have the monies there.
Yes.
For instance, people don't take note of that. Toiletries. People don't take note of that. Toiletries.
That's important, boy.
You have staff. You cannot not have toilet paper.
Yeah.
You must have.
You have to have wipes.
You cannot not have wipes. You must have.
You have to have soap.
You cannot not have soap or soap liquid. You must have.
Yeah.
And these are some of the net expenses that people
do. Buy brooms.
And when you look at this, generally, it takes almost in any financial year, it takes almost 5% of your income.
Yes.
A lot of people don't look at it. They just look at the recurring expenditure, and they look at, as I said, superficial. They look at things from the top, and they look at the gross. But when you look at the net, I mean, there are so many things that you have to look towards. So you have the situation also to quickly bring that you have staff members that often enough that they are sick. So you have to now lose that service, and yet still they have to be paid. So if they're out from work for 2 weeks, Social Security pays a 60% and you have to pay a 40%.
And that's why some companies, when hiring you, they look at your medical records. Are you always sick, so they don't employ you?
Mm-hmm.
Because it means...
But you might not have that record, but when you now become an employee...
and you begin to see the trend
right, and
of
then,
that particular worker,
so I'm sure
always taking sick
I'm
leave.
sure if you ask the Employers Federation what is the percentage of the expense of an institution that they would witness or see in the workplace when persons are on sick leave, I'm sure they're going to say it's a high cost.
It's a high cost.
And we're not taking that into consideration. We are not taking that into consideration. Also, too, Another thing that we don't take into consideration is holidays. So we find some people in some institutions that they how you call that, they make their staff accumulates vacation. But then when you accumulate vacation, is an expense to the institution, because if you're supposed to get, let's say, 21 days off, and eventually you did not take leave for 3 years, that is 63 days. The company now has to get someone to replace. If not replace, from outside, from within, they have to pay that person an acting allowance, or if they have to get someone from outside, they have to now also pay.
Government rectify that, because government send you on leave.
Right.
No longer can you accumulate 3-4 years of leave. It's not allowed. So that was beating the government in terms of the revenue they have to pay. So they tell you, well, every year, go on leave. Your month leave, take the leave. Because some people in old days will accumulate 3 years of leave.
4 years?
4 years of leave.
So you're hearing some people, they are already on pre-retirement leave a whole year.
A year before they
A year before, so which means they have a year holidays.
Yeah, and
they are paid
full pay. So
they're still even full pay.
Right.
You know? So some of these things, I think.
And one thing you didn't mention, pilfering. What do I mean by that? And we find a lot of complaints, especially in our medical supplies, that there's some workers.
You have put a nice word for it, eh?
Yeah.
You put a nice word for it.
Pilfering.
You put a nice word for it.
Pilfering. We have to use the correct word.
We're a national radio station, so let's use
so
the
we have
correct
to be very diplomatic with our language. We're national radio. Some people have a habit of bringing home your toiletries. So if you buy a whole bill of toilet paper, Cecil, do you know that in 3 or 4 days you don't have? You mean they've been going to they have lost belly, man. So what's happening to all this toilet
and I think that
toiletries?
That's what has to happen. That I think enough how you call it, accountability is not given to staff to be accountable to
the supplies.
So you find that you put a bill of toilet paper. You have 5 people in the business place. 5. I'm just using 5 as a number. And by the end of the day, you would have heard.
So there's no toilet paper.
So there's no more toilet paper. So some companies, you know what some companies do to prevent that?
Yeah.
They say leave your bag outside. They do things.
So as you come to the workplace.
So as you come to the workplace, you have your bag.
Right.
Some business places also search your bag as to whether that is right or wrong. I don't know.
Or some of them have cameras.
So to prevent the pilfering of items from the stock. And these things are very serious.
Yeah, very serious.
And I think, Brain, we need as two senior people who have been in management of organizations to really come in a Sunday and let's have a discussion. A discussion where those things can be taken about.
We have to discuss them because they're occurring.
Yes,
they're occurring, and it could be a very huge cost to government and people in private sector. It costs the company to go down because of certain person's attitude to things in the business.
In the United States, when you hear people who are working in the United States, when they come to our parts in the Caribbean on vacation, you hear them speak quickly. I want to go back. I have to go back. Because they cannot find themselves getting to work late. They cannot find themselves getting to work a day later because someone else is already into the job. And a set of things that is required.
We need to have a discussion.
And we need to have a kind of discussion where maybe we can get the people who are living overseas to help guide us
on the discussion.
On that kind of discussion. They can tell us.
Because they have to clock in and clock out.
Listen, it's crazy. They clocking in now with their firm. They're clocking in their form.
Is that so?
Yes, in Dominica, right as we speak, you're clocking in your form, and it goes straight to the accountant.
What?
So they pay you now by the value that you have given to them. So once you're going out, you have to clock out. When you come in, clock in.
Wow.
And it goes straight to the accountant, and the accountant shows you
your record.
How many hours that you work.
Wow.
For a particular week.
You have that now, DBS?
No, we don't have that at DBS.
You just had to ask.
No, I'm saying that it's
already
present.
here in Dominica.
It's already here in Dominica.
Wow.
And so you will see soon from now, when the artificial intelligence come into play, that these are some of the things that will be implemented
in this
where the human being would be in. So you'd have the artificial
monitoring you,
monitoring when you come in, and it doesn't matter whether you can put your finger or not put your finger. It will know that you come in. It not taking your smell, but it might take your heat. Everybody has different.
So it knows when you're coming and knows when you go.
When you're going out.
Wow.
So these are some of the things that we have to
monitor.
We have to monitor. As we look at our development in Dominica. But so tonight,
very interesting.
We had very interesting.
But before I
discussion.
go quickly, because of the interest of time, Cecil, we did very well at the CXC.
Yes, oh yes,
we were tops in the Caribbean.
Better than last year.
We'll have with the next time we meet next Sunday. If God spare my life and spare yours, and we come here again, I would like to highlight.
I know one school I can talk about.
Which one of them?
The Wesley High School.
Yes.
From 53% in English to 100%.
So that we will talk about the next time we come.
And I just want to congratulate all of the students, the teachers.
They did well. They did well this year.
For the work that they did. And these are some of the positives that we're not talking about.
And we need to highlight it.
We're deliberately not talking about, while we're talking about Dominic Take Light, and yes, these are issues. Do ask take its water. Yes, these are issues. You know what I'm saying?
Education.
But education, which is the preparation of our future for Dominica. We are seeing our children are improving. And not only improving, but they are preparing themselves for the rest of the world. And I would like to see that when these children go out there to further themselves academically, that they can come back like Isaac, come back like Roosevelt,
dedicated.
They can come back like Vince Henderson and many other persons who came back
to contribute
to
national development. Cecil, it was a pleasure being here with you tonight. It was a very nice discussion with the speaker, and also a little dialogue among ourselves when it came to Domlec and energy. Yes. And so next week when we come in, we'll try to look at the CXC results and a few other matters. Good evening, Cecil.
God bless you, man. Well, myself and the brain, we just are having a very, very wonderful discussion, and we just hope that next week. I'm trying to wonder, brain. No, I will leave that. I'll tell you that off air. Yeah. All right. So I just want to say to the various listeners out there, thank you for being on board first, and it was really a pleasure. Having you and listening to the things that we were able to say to you. I hope that many of you all will understand where we come from and the things that we have discussed. And life is what we all make of it. And just want to say thank you to everybody for staying focused on DBS Radio.
Oh, please take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road. Almost heaven, West Virginia. The rich mountain shall undo a river. Life is so big and all down them in the trees, younger than the mountain, hey, blowing like a breeze. Country road, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home, country road. All my memories gather around her. Miners lady, stranger to blue water. A dark and dusty, painted on the sky. A misty taste of moonshine, she drop in my eye. Country road, please take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home.
Use of force between states. While the rulings of the ICJ are binding, it has no direct means of enforcing them.
The British opposition leader Keir Starmer has promised he'll try to rewrite Britain's Brexit deal with the European Union if his Labour Party wins the next general election. Speaking to the Financial Times newspaper, Mr Starmer said he would make closer relations with the EU a priority to bolster Britain's economic growth. But he's ruled out rejoining the customs union, the single market, or the EU itself. There's been more heavy fighting in the Sudanese capital, Khartoum. Witnesses said the paramilitary RSF attacked the army headquarters for a second day. One of the city's most recognizable landmarks, the Greater Nile Petroleum Operating Company Tower, which was completed in 2010, was engulfed in flames. Tagreed Abdeen is the senior architect who worked on its design.
To see that national landmark as it's become of the Khartoum skyline in billowing flames, it was like the soul of Khartoum because it's so symbolic and so tied in with the character of